You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yep, go.
Eastland match of the round. Welcome to Quambee Reserve, a massive Division 1 clash. North Ringwood coming off 6 wins from the last 7 games, taking on Boronia as they look to take their third spot on the Division 1 ladder. We've got the full crew team assembled this afternoon. Jared Beanland, Blake Tennant, Matt Spiderlee. Spider, I'll start with you. Great to have you on board this Saturday afternoon for a massive game in Division 1.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Ryan, and all the boys. Great to be out here at Quambee Reserve. Picturesque day, a great setting, and really looking forward to the match in prospect this afternoon. There's so much on the line for both teams. Boronia looking to shore up that double chance potentially, and North Ringwood, they're like on the march to a potential finals campaign. So there's a lot on the line, for both clubs this afternoon. But really looking forward to the contest. I think we're in for an absolute ripper.
Forest Hill, 3-time reserves player and once in the best. Blake Tennant, great to have you on board this afternoon.
Yeah, good to be here. Very sunny day down here at Quambee Reserve. Haven't been here in a while, actually. I think the last time I was actually here was I had to do a runner. I was wearing the pink, so doing that as well. And it's a very picturesque ground. Like, do yourself a favour if you do come down to that, that patch on the big hill over there. Great spot to watch footy. It's real.
Can you actually get up on that hill?
You can. You just go around behind the club rooms and walk yourself up. And
yeah, you can. Yeah, I've been up there before and watched.
I've been up
footy.
there.
I feel a little bit more adventurous, like all the. I expect they're probably under 11s or 12s or whatever. They were all running up the hill.
Yeah.
I don't know how they managed it.
I don't know if I could.
I didn't see too many broken bones coming down. So,
yeah.
But
you should have
very,
parked the van up there.
Oh, no, look, but back when we had the old van, which was the last time we were here, we had the old van, and we contemplated multiple times whether we could possibly park it up there and just slightly nudge it off the edge because it was over its time.
That's an insurance job. We'll move on from that pretty quickly. As
this used to be a junior ground actually too, because they swapped the seniors of North Ringwood used to play up the road at North Ringwood Reserve, and then they flipped and the juniors went up there, and the seniors have since come down here, and I think they might play a little bit of juniors now down here, but no, it's certainly the facilities have improved over a long period of time. I've played a few junior games here. I remember they used to have tin sheds on the real far side of the ground. They were green tin sheds. That's going back to about under 10s, under 12s, I reckon.
It's going back 1946.
Oh, yeah, not quite that long, but still about 30 odd years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. As we've got the two coaches to join us as well this afternoon, Matt Price and Matt Clark. Two great coaches, Jared, to discuss both sides and the way they're going. Both sides in some really good nick at the moment, and obviously coming into that final series, and we're going to talk about Division 1. That's where we're going to start with. We're going to break this down maybe a little bit differently to other pre-games as we usually break down every single game, but let's have a look at Division 1 as a whole first of all.
Yeah,
South Belgrave sit on top of the ladder. They've had the one loss, and it was to North Ringwood last week. It was a massive upset. The Saints get one back, and the factor with Division 1 is the byes.
Yeah.
And North Ringwood still have a bye, so despite this result, if they do win, they'll momentarily be at in the third position, but the bye comes into play as well. They've played an extra game. But for them, it's an 8-point game because a win will pretty much just about lock in a spot in the top 5. And potentially the double chance will open up for that. But a loss really puts them back under pressure, particularly if Montrose beat Beaconsfield.
It's a very interesting point of the season for Division 1 because there's a lot of jostling around that third to sort of sixth area. You have Montrose starting to loom a little bit. We'll see whether or not they can back up their form against Boronia, of course. And with Beaconsfield now dropping off in form, it's a fascinating contest, especially since, Blake, we'd always seen Beaconsfield as perhaps that second or third, depending on where you rank them, versus Park Orchards, that placed team. But these two that are playing now, it's it's going to be interesting to see which one comes out on top and which could potentially usurp Beaconsfield's place.
Yeah. But back to what I was saying, North Ringwood didn't do any favours for Montrose winning last week. It hurt me as well. As well. I didn't get a thank you. Didn't get a thank you for North Ringwood when they won, but that was terrific as well. And really good to see North Ringwood. I heard the rooms were pumping for the song, which is great for North Ringwood to play. But for Montrose and Beaconsfield this game, we played at Montrose, and I always say that Montrose are a completely different side when they play at home, and you guys might disagree for reasons, but I think they're a completely different side. This team that I saw today for the team, I think it's a really good team as well. I think there might be 2 or 3 players that should be coming back into the seniors in the next couple of weeks. So, and where you guys have been on the case, when you see a result and you see Montrose getting blown out the park, but realistically, there's a few players missing out of that side. So
where can they win this game, Blake? Let's break it down.
I think it's going to be the midfield. I think the midfield, and they've been kicking enough goals. Like I've seen, I think a few of you saying, Montrose can't really find the way to score, but they're actually third for most points in the whole comp. So I think the scoring's fine. It's just going to come down to the midfield, I think, as well.
Yeah, going to be a terrific midfield battle. But I think today is also a game where they're coming up. I mean, Beaconsfield defensively do like to close it down, and they have had they've had some goals coming in out of that team, but I think from their point of view, over the next few weeks, Beaconsfield will get some players back. So they do have players to come back into that team. Yes, their form has been a little bit patchy, and they've been challenged. And sure, they've lost.
Brendan White hurts as well for Beaconsfield.
I think the one name that we really need to point out for Beaconsfield that's not been playing for a while is Damien Johnston.
Yep.
He's one of the power midfielders in there that always extracting the ball. Captain, exactly. Yeah. I think he's been a massive loss for the Eagles, and they can't get him back soon enough.
What works for Beaconsfield Spider is their run home. They are the only side in that bracket of teams that do play the bottom 3 and the run home in their final 5 games of the season, and they're not for granted because we've seen that earlier. They lost to Bayswater, so they know that. They know they aren't guaranteed wins, but on paper, you'd expect them to win those 3. So even a loss today, there's a bit more faith in Beaconsfield that they will still make it, whereas North Ringwood have got a tough run home. Montrose have got some tough games. Even Boronia have got a really tough 3 weeks. So if Beaconsfield particularly, they get a win today, that really gives them a good chance to even give double chance still a crack.
Yeah, I still have the belief and trust that they'll still get that double chance. I still think there's enough quality in that team to make it happen. So I still have that belief factor. I think, yes, their form has in recent weeks curved off a little bit, but I still have the understanding of what they're trying to achieve at the moment through Mick Fogarty, that they've got they're trying some depth at the moment, and if they get that full complement of players, they're as good as any team going around in this competition, and they'll certainly be a challenge. But today, it's a big ask going to Montrose. You still got to play 4 quarters of footy. It's going to be a tough encounter. Montrose will really take it up to them, but I just have a bit of a feeling that the way that Beaconsfield will want this game to play, if it's played on their terms and the conditions favour them, and they can defend strongly enough, and they can really use that territory game, then they will make it hard for Montrose.
What about you, Blake? Can they get the job done at home? It is pretty much an elimination final for them. It is, and they might have to be in that mindset pretty much for the rest of the season.
I did tip Beaconsfield on the record. So
they've got to be aggressive. They've got to be aggressive today.
I think the start. It's got to be that start, like a couple of weeks ago against Boronia, where they went on an 8 to maybe 2 goal run in that second quarter. So they've got to start really strong as well. Let the standards up as well. It is Appreciation Day down at Montrose today. So
what does that mean with Appreciation Day? What
well,
is that?
It's Rezzies and 19s and Senior Women's and also Senior Netballers Day. But it's appreciation for all the people that have come in, because obviously these reserve Senior Women's, 19s and Netballers, they don't get paid, where the seniors obviously, some do. So it's just an Appreciation Day. So there'll be a big crowd down at Montrose.
Before we move on, what does that mean for the balcony out at Montrose? They get chirpy at the best of times.
Yeah, that balcony, you might get a few complaints come Monday, because if they win, it'll be a big day down there at Montrose as well. So, but I tip Beaconsfield. I think they're a bit more classier, and I think the midfield might get them you still got the star that I think is going a bit underknown at the moment. Jake Arts is, I feel like he can have a career best game because we haven't quite seen it yet from Jake Arts this year, and we know how good he is, obviously ex-Richmond player as well. So I tip Beaconsfield, but I think I'm always Montrose at heart, boys. So I'll be cheering on, hopefully, and some good scores can come my way.
Beaconsfield in a narrow one for me. I think they might find a way to get over the line.
Yeah, that one will certainly come hand in hand with this game, Jared, with North Ringwood and Boronia. And the Hawks, just on them quickly, we're going to talk about this game in a bit more depth a bit later, but they've made some changes too themselves. North Ringwood, the big inclusion, Fenton, the skipper, comes back in. And for the Hawks, they lose a bit of their height. Collins out, Luke Hannon comes out. Braden Wright's the late inclusion to obviously give Josh Hannon a bit of a chop out. How does that change things? I mean, I think you've tipped Boronia going into this game, potentially. Actually, I'm not too sure who you've tipped. You're not on the record.
No, I'm not. I would actually be going into this thinking North Ringwood. I think they've got a lot of momentum coming into this, and Boronia just a little bit less settled than they have been in terms of the list cohesion and players coming in and out when you compare it to the past couple of years. And when you're doing that in Division 1, it just makes the whole task a little bit harder once you're in an unfamiliar spot, I suppose, in terms of competition. Boronia is probably going to look to run the ball a little bit more, try and maybe just play the tempo game when they need to, and then just try and run off the wings and such to get it forward.
North Ringwood are a stoppage team, Jared. They like to win clearance. They like the stoppage scenarios, so that's going to be interesting how that plays out.
It definitely is, and I think North Ringwood, they're just getting this momentum going. I'm really keen to see what it actually looks like when they take on a potential finals-bound team.
It's contrast, isn't it, boys, when you think about today's game, because you've got a team like Boronia that like to transition the ball quickly. They're fast, athletic, and they want to move the ball with some speed and some predictability, whereas North Ringwood, they want to do the opposite. They'll want to do things a little bit differently, play the stoppage game, play territory. They don't care if they kick 8 goals and win. They're just not a side that kicks large scores, whereas a team like Boronia, if they get on a goal spree, they could kick 15 to 20 goals. They're just that sort of side. They've got that flexibility that runs through each line, and their midfielders, like guys like Malice, etc. If they get their hands on the ball, they can really take you apart in just a matter of minutes.
Right. Just before, we've got Matt Clark just about to join us, but just got the WhatsApp out, and I've been accused of cheating or rigging the system for the tipping comp. So we're going to have a look into that a little bit later. That's Scott Hardy putting that out there. We're not too sure if that's accurate or not. I think I'm just winning both comps fair and square. Clarky's actually just gone back out on the field, so we'll be able to hear from him.
What's going on there?
As we see at the half-time result of the...
Pricey's are coming in now anyway.
Okay, yep.
He told
I told him 140, but that's okay.
Sorry. Well, Dean, club president, told me he was going to grab him after his little.
So they've got the president's function as well. But
and they've got Michael Tuck in there today.
Michael Tuck, what a legend, Michael Tuck.
Tell you what, he told me that yesterday. I said, "What, is he still alive?"
Hawthorn legend.
Hang on,
he's not that old, Tucky.
He's probably only
he's still probably in pretty good nick to go out and play.
I tell you what, I can't talk.
He was such a great player, and he you know what, he wore long sleeves in every one of his games, apart from one game.
I think Blake wore the long sleeves.
What was that one game?
That 1987 grand final. It was a 30-degree day, and he wore the short sleeves, and the Hawks actually lost that one.
That's the problem. You change a tradition, and then that sort of thing happens.
Yeah, he was a great player, 426 games.
Yeah, I wore long sleeves too, Spider. They're pretty good. Pretty good to have, especially in these nice warm.
Yeah, when I think of long sleeves, I think of Michael Tuck and I think of Blake Tennant.
Yeah, there you go. Dano King as well.
Formerly retired now.
Yeah, retired now, happily retired.
Have you framed that jumper?
I still got the jumper at home.
You have to hand it back.
I haven't handed it back.
I haven't chased you for it yet.
Right. Before we spend the next 10 minutes talking about Blake's reserves career, two, is it 3 games or 2? 2.
I
don't know why I'm asking this, but let's keep going.
We're talking about the footy here.
Yeah, let's get back into the games around the grounds this week before we do get one of the coaches in. Premier Division, I think from what we were speaking about on Friday, Spider, we're pretty much on the same page with these 5 games, tipping the favourites. Doncaster East versus East Ringwood. The Lions are in a little bit of trouble. There's a lot of young players that have come in this week from the 19s, the reserves, and they're coming up against a very strong East Ringwood side. No question about that.
Yeah, look, they're definitely up against it, and that's just because due to the fact of personnel, whether it's injury and a little bit of form. So they're going up against a high-quality team in East Ringwood, but this creates a little bit of opportunity. So those young players have got to make the most of it, but it is going to be hard work because they're just simply through the midfield. They're going to really struggle to take it up against this outfit of East Ringwood that just dominate the mid part of the ground. They've got defensively very sound. Tristan Tweedy in outstanding form at the moment. That's going to be the highlight today. Tweedy and Shaki going head to head to ex-teammates at the Bulldogs. So that'll be interesting to see how that shapes up. But then when you look at it, down the other end of the ground, East Ringwood, their forward line just structurally working so well at the moment. The only thing that prevents them is their goal kicking accuracy, which that could be the factor in this game, considering what the conditions present. So if they have another day where their kicking boots aren't on, then that certainly opens the door for Doncaster East. But I would think that East Ringwood would be able to get that victory and do it pretty comprehensively.
Yeah, East Ringwood, they're going to be out to prove a point this week, I reckon, especially against the Doncaster East. I think lost the game, not necessarily entirely for both teams. What was a major hole in both games for these two teams last weekend was the pressure. They got soundly beaten in the tackles, and I think East Ringwood, they have the ability to shift that gear a little bit more so than Doncaster East do, and lay the hurt on in a more consistent fashion across 4 quarters.
Yeah, it is. It's a big issue, Jared, I think, for Doncaster East in particular. They just haven't, when they've got ball in hand, they haven't really been able to deliver much. And then when they haven't got the ball, their pressure and their tackling just hasn't been there. So they've got both sides of their game. They're really going to have to come with an intensity level today that they've never come before with. So a lot of pressure on when you're playing a high-quality team like East Ringwood, because if you turn over the ball, ultimately you pay on the scoreboard, and that's what East Ringwood do very well. And if that forward line is in good form today and is functioning well, then they could kick a massive score.
It was 88 tackles to 40, Doncaster East losing against South Croydon last week, and I think that's just a major red flag in terms of stats.
They just hunt in packs.
Yeah, certainly right. Some of these other games this weekend, Mitcham take on Noble Park at Walker Park.
There was a big crowd following in when I went past before. There was a lot of cars that were coming up on Maroondah Highway there. So I think the Tiger Army are probably, maybe they're sniffing a win, but they've got a big job ahead of them this afternoon against a Bulls team that's in pretty good form.
And Blake,
apart from last week,
Brad Crouch.
Brad Crouch, the big inclusion, Blake.
Yeah, that's a massive inclusion. I thought he wasn't going to play this year.
Well, they might be thinking he can get his 3 games in to qualify for finals.
Oh, I don't know about that, Spider. That's just how I think about the Bulls.
Plenty of time left. There's
I know, but I don't think the Bulls...
no, but you still got to plan for it. I mean, if they're good enough to secure that spot, well, there's no one putting up their hand for this 5th spot at the moment. Doncaster East are, and Noble Park, if they can sneak a few wins like they, like against some teams around them, then there's no question why they can't play finals.
Who gets there? Between you look at it, when you've got Noble Park, Doncaster East and Vermont really in the mix of that 5th spot. The top 4 are the top 4, and it's very hard to see the top 4 changing from there. But
probably Doncaster East. I trust them more than Noble Park. Do they play against each other in the back end of the year?
Noble Park and Doncaster East do play in round 17, but a bit more on that later, because we've got the senior coach in potentially just coming in, Matt Clark, about to jump on pre-game now. Always great to have Clarkey in the van out here at Quambee Reserve. Clarkey, big game today. North Ringwood in some really good form, and you guys are coming off a very impressive win against Beaconsfield.
Absolutely, they're 5 out of the last 6 and hit their straps, and they've done what no one else has done and beaten South Belgrave in a really solid win last week. I watched it, and so they're in good nick. They'll be confident. Brought a couple of more players back into the side, experienced hard body players. So we're expecting a tough game. They sit on the same games as at the moment. So last week for us was a real big moment in the year. I thought we spoke about it as a group. We've never had to really, over the last 2 or 3 years, come from behind to win. We've always been in positions where we've been solid, and off the back of a real poor performance against Montrose defensively, and we had a pretty brutal review. I thought 5 goals down at the 15-minute mark of the first quarter. We were up against it, but everything we spoke about in the review, we were able to slow the game down, get it on our terms, and then get the explosiveness that we've got going from there. And even in the last quarter, we were 16 points down at the 23-minute mark, I think it was. We found a way again. So a lot of the players are saying it's a best win because of those circumstances that we've had for a long, long time. So hopefully it gives us a bit of confidence today, but we're expecting a real tough one.
Yeah, gutsy win. And just on a couple of your changes, Luke Hannon's out this week, a late change as well. Godwin back in, but Jaden Collins late pull out. Braden Wright gets his chance in the senior level today. How do you, obviously there are some big outs, and particularly it's a bit more work for Josh Hannon in the ruck as well. But how did you see those changes this week?
Oh, look, we'd love to have Luke and Josh, Jaden Collins out there, and Begley and a couple others. But I think, you got who's available is available, and I think Jake Godwin's always a good in for us. He's in our best 10 or 15, and Roddy's been really good in the development team. I know he's had a good solid couple of years at Ferntree Gully and bide his time, and I think he's ready. So we needed a backup ruck. We've been using Luke Hannon for a fair chunk of this year, and I think it's not helping him at centre half forward either. So I think today we're just going to have a look at what we might do going forward as well. So excited for that look today.
Now, you touched on it as well, it was one of the great wins. Come on, mate. You won 2 premierships in a row. I think those two would definitely be above there. But, you touch on, it's kind of been, up and down sort of season, but I think this might be our second chat we've had with you. But just give us a key, summary of how it's unfolded. Of course, losing to Montrose, where I thought you would have been favourites coming into that one as well, and coming from behind as well against Beaconsfield. And talk us about how the last couple of weeks have been tracking down at Boronia.
Geez, you've been hard on us, Blake. We're
I had you in the furnace.
Notice he's going straight in with
I never go Boronia in the furnace. They've I think they've done terrifically.
He had you in the furnace. He had you all lined
this might be the
up. He was burning you, putting your ashes out there.
I'm just looking at all the other clubs that have come up A division after doing it as hard as we've done it, and to be in the top 3 in a high division. Div 1's a really high standard of football, and what we've found is that when we have a lapse, unlike in Div 2, where we were able to not get scored against that heavily, we've been able to get scored against. So we've really had to focus on that. Our reviews are looking different. We're learning every week. This is the second time we played North Ringwood, second time we played Montrose, Beaky, all that. So we're still growing and evolving in our knowledge around the opposition and the standard of football, and I think the guys are too. Like, we're finding our body shapes and a few things like that we have to keep working on. What we need going forward, what positional we haven't got the depth in, and you look at here in this development team now, we've got 9 players who played a senior premiership in their career. Running around, so we've been lucky enough to retain those guys and get them back this year to help develop the young kids coming through. We've got 19s, but as far as the senior team, I don't think we've had a lapse in the last couple of years where we've dropped a game, and it's been really hard just to maintain the rage all the time and keep them focused and keep them connected. But I think this year, whenever we've had a bad or a lesser performance, we've been able to respond really well, and that was evident last week against a side who I think is probably one of the best organised sides in Beaky. I think they really do set up well, and they proved that really early. They put us under a heap of pressure, and they were able to score really quickly. I think we both defend the similar way, Beaky and us. That's why we find it hard to score against each other. We really struggle in both games to get a high score. But yeah, I think we're learning about it. At North Ringwood, I'm pretty confident the style they'll play. It's about us getting the footy and being able to stop them today.
So what are some of those 3 key message points that you've probably got up on the whiteboard today, this afternoon, Clarkie? I mean, you go into a game against a North Ringwood team that'll have their tails up. When they play here at home, they're very hard to beat. They took down South Belgrave. So what are the sort of things that you said you watched the vision of their game? What are some of the focus points that you really honed in on when previewing the match with the playing group?
Well, I think they contested footy's king for us today. We've got to get the footy right. If they get it, they're going to hurt us. They're able to change lanes really quickly, either by hand or foot, and get the ball into really dangerous parts with their runners. So I think what Pricey's done really well is early on they were trying to play the game style, and they probably weren't all connected onto that, hadn't trained it long enough. But I think what I've watched over the last couple of weeks, it's really clicking for them now, and they really have got that synergy up and down. So contested footy, we've got to be able to slow them down when they get it, because they will get it, and they'll have momentum. So it's how we defend that patch. We spoke about just some positioning on the ground, how we want to defend to areas. And then the third part, we need to explode on turnover. So we need to make them defend as well. So I think how we use the launch zone for us, we've been guilty of overusing the footy going forward a fair bit. So
when you say overusing, are you saying maybe a bit too much with hand, or maybe too much handball, or are we saying maybe the kicks are not as deep as what you would like, or maybe that uncontested sort of style, or what are we sort of talking about there?
Tick, tick, tick. We are. I think if you look at the stats, we would be the number one handball inside in the competition by a fair way, and that's by design. So I'll own that, and it's good for a large chunk of it, and it's probably got us to where we are today. But I think under real pressure, when we haven't got momentum, we can handball our way into trouble as well. So it's getting that balance, and we're training that at the moment to have a better balance of that. So we're not perfect at it at the moment. I've got to wear the fact that we do handball so much because it is a style that I've got them playing. But I think how deep we kick the footy, we're going really shallow to, really non-dangerous areas a couple of times, and we need to get it down to Robbo, and we need to get at his feet and lock the ball in, play that territory game a little bit better than we have at times.
Yeah, absolutely.
Clarky, good to chat to you again. Given that you've ascended into Division 1 and, Division 2, you've had it quite a lot your own way. Is it a different feeling in strategy talks, in training, and even for yourself in terms of how games this year are being approached and how everyone's talking and feeling about, going into a game where it's a lot more of a chance that you might lose?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a completely different setup because I think we knew the competition really well, having been dominant against the same sides really, so we really knew who we were playing, what style they'll play, and it was sort of like just keep them up on the day, keep them with internal pressure busy during the week, and then they just went out and executed, and I think they had such a belief that they would win that eventually we did, not easily, but we had to work for it. But I think in this division, what the guys and what I'm finding too, strategically we've got to be a lot better, so we're adjusting on the run now, we're tinkering with our game style. Always mindful as a coach when you do it, you've got to be accepting that it's going to take weeks. It's not going to come. You can't just change your game style in a week and expect them to be, really efficient in it. So, patience is something I've had to really get my head around a fair bit. But
not easy for coaches, is it? Patience.
Nah, it's not. And I still want us to be a good. I'm still big strong on that. You've got to be able to be a good defensive side, and even though we were dominant, I think it was born off the back of defence. We were the hardest. We were number one defensive side for a couple of years now, and I think when I look at the stats this year, barring the Montrose game, we've held up for large chunks of it, even with some personnel challenges at times. So the Montrose game for me was we just wouldn't and didn't defend the way we had, and it's always an aberration if it's a 1 week thing. But I think I had to come in a bit heavy-handed on that, and the guys have adjusted. But you don't know until you come up and play a high division. But I think the standard for us, we were probably ready for the standard, and the fact that we're in the top 5 now probably says we were. But we're adjusting to a different team too. Like if you look at our team from last year, our grand final side, the side we're rocking out, it's up to 10 to 12 players different on any week, and it's mainly in the front half. So in our front half, we've really felt the difference, and not having Beggs and Luke Hannon out here today, but it's also Nick Noops, it's Jello, it's Grice. It goes on and on, right? So we're probably in 1 week we've got one forward that we had last year. So the players are just getting used to each other.
How do the players feel about feedback like that when you come down hard on them?
Oh, because I don't reckon anyone responds to negative feedback all the time. I think you don't in work, you don't in life, and I'm always a glass half full, and they know that. And I did frame it up, I don't mind saying it, I did frame it up saying I love and care for them, and that's not going to change, but you need to hear this. And so the footage I showed, the speed I showed it at, the vision that, people who were in it, they knew. But I think the way they trained that week, I always knew that we'd get a response against Beaky, and I trust them, I really do, and I do care for them. We've got genuine relationships with the players, and that's what I think is the key. I don't think anyone, whether it's a parent or a worker or anything, responds to being yelled at all the time. I don't think that's fear's never a motivator, and I don't use that either.
And before we let you go, just the 3 Eastern Rangers boys as well, Chapman, Rangers, and Jamison as well. Great to get some new blood in. And how did they go last week, and all playing again today?
Yeah, absolutely. So a 16-year-old and 2 17-year-olds. I mean, we haven't had that at a footy club in my time. So really exciting. Mixed bag on how they went. I think they they felt the speed of the game was really hot, and although they're playing at Rangers, what the difference is I find is that Rangers, they've got to play for themselves a fair bit, where we're asking them to play a team play. I thought Chapman you'll see him today, he moves really well, good size, floats are on the ground. Miles, showed his frustration at times and got sent off at one stage. So, but he's got a bit of aggression. I like that because I had it too. And then, and Jamo's, he's just lightning quick. There's not much of him, but gee, he can move across the ground. So I just wanted to give him 2 games. They're available just to see how they went from one week to the other. And I've got only the future in mind while I'm doing it too. So it's just about setting the club up long term and making sure that they understand that we want to be part of the development.
Certainly right, Matt. We've got a big afternoon ahead, so we'll let you go. We appreciate your time as always. A big game today.
Clarky.
All the best, and hopefully for your sake, another win.
Cheers,
Good luck with the call. Thanks, everyone.
Senior coach there of the Boronia Football Club in Matt Clark, and the side.
Great insight.
Absolutely.
Particularly with the feedback, because when you're a strong club and you dominate for such a long time, when you start losing, you forget about getting feedback.
Yeah, that's right. And from one coach to another, we've got Matt Price, the senior coach of the North Ringwood Football Club, coming in. Matt, thanks for joining us this afternoon. Big game with the club in some really good form.
Yeah, we have. The last 2 months has been really solid. The boys are getting some confidence in what we're doing. First pre-season for me with these guys, and there was a lot of new stuff that I was throwing at them, and the first month was a bit hard to take, but yeah, we've really improved and they've taken everything on board, and now we're getting some confidence in what we're doing and trusting what we're doing. And since then, the wins have been coming, which has been good.
Break down that win last week against South Belgrave. It's been the side that everyone has struggled to beat, and I know they've got a couple out, but so did you guys. And how did you see the way the afternoon progressed? We started well and had to kick the last couple as well to get across the line.
Oh yeah, look, they're an outstanding football side. Talent everywhere. They don't have a weak link in their system. They got us early. They got off to a really fast start, but we just had to match them at the contest, and then we did, and then we were able to get it on our terms for a little bit. And once we did, then the sort of game evened out, and we were able to hit the scoreboard. But yeah, then they rallied at us again, which they would, and it was just a really good game of footy. There was ebbs and flows in it all day, and it was good that our guys could stand up against that really good opposition. And yeah, we know they've got a few players out, and they're a really strong side, but for our guys to take confidence from that, well, hopefully we can take that into this week.
Matt, it's good to speak to you. We just spoke to Matt Clark about the character that Boronia showed during the Beaconsfield win. Of course, it must have taken quite a similar sort of mindset to overcome South Belgrave last week. How does that speak to the season that you've been building up throughout the year? How does that speak to how you think you're going to go moving forward as well, and just in general the list that you have on the park?
Yeah, so there's a few in there. So with this competition, all I've been told is how even it is all the way through, and you've got to be on every week, and we've been building into that, and I wanted to make sure that we were playing a brand that would stack up, and whether we won or we lost, and now we're actually getting some confidence in that. And then I think the Beaconsfield game out here for us was about a month ago. We lost by a point, but I don't think the club had beaten Beaconsfield in a few years, and our young group, they probably didn't know how to win that game, and we addressed it, had a good look at the tape and how we can improve, and then we got that same challenge again against South Belgrave, and we were able to step up and do that. So, this week again is another challenge against Boronia. We've got Park Orchards next week, some really good football sides that we play against. So yeah, our young list is coming along. We've, as I said to you guys on the radio a couple of weeks ago, we've debuted a lot of kids. We've got 5 under 19s playing today. I think we had 6 last week. So we generally just keep pushing these kids through and see what they've got, and a lot of them have got talent, and now we're just sort of, building a list around that we can sustain this over the next couple of years. And for me, this year was never about winning it. It was about seeing what we had on the list and the young guys coming through, and they've been exceptional. They've answered every challenge was thrown at them. They train hard, they're consistent, and yeah, now they're getting the reward, and hopefully today looks a bit blustery out there. Could be a bit of a tricky one, but hopefully we can stand up today against a really good side as well.
In terms of what I noticed about North Ringwood in the earlier part of the season, it didn't seem like you had a particular spearhead, someone who was kicking a major part of your goals. Recently, Taylor Davidson he's kicked 9 goals in the past 3 games. Is that an answer to a question for you guys, or is that just sort of how it has panned out, and he's just managed to clunk a few?
It's definitely evolved that. We weren't short of our right mix at the start of the year, and we were playing Taylor Davidson through the ruck early when Begg was just starting out, and now Begg's been more consistent as a ruck, so we can leave Taylor forward more, and that allows him to kick goals. But Pato's been really good down there and consistent with his work rate and stuff like that. We're just finding the right mix, and to be honest, our entries weren't great earlier in the year. We weren't actually kicking the ball to forwards, and we've worked on that. And the last month we've been able to get goals from our key forwards, but every week's a new challenge. Everyone sets up differently, so hopefully this week.
G'day, Pricey. It's Matt Price. Sorry, I should say that as well. When I came in today, I'm like, geez, I've got to say hello to Matt Price because he was an EFL legend, I got told. So it's great seeing you down here at North Ringwood and doing some good things. But the question I just want to ask, did you... North Ringwood obviously, coming down from Premier Division after a really tough year in there, and then you're coming into Division 1, made finals, of course, in the first year in First Division, and unfortunately missed out on a couple of games. But have you changed the standards, or have you changed, maybe a little bit of the culture? I'm talking the off-field, more sort of side of things. But have you changed anything regarding the standards and culture, or is it more of the same from what Robbie kind of left at this club as well too?
Yeah, so I'm not sure what Robbie was about with how they were going, but from what I knew of the club was they were in Premier and they never really challenged. They were always one of those sides that were battling away and paying to get recruits in and all that sort of stuff, and just wasn't the right way. And I said to them, if I'm going to take over and we want a challenge to get back there, which everyone wants to get back there, we need to be able to be sustainable. We've got a really good junior club, and Blackburns and Rovilles have these, and they haven't been able to transfer that into Premier Division footy. And I can see that as a bit of a prototype that we could do that because our junior club is so strong. But we've just lost those kids over the last few years, and that is because you're buying players in. And my method now is let's just have a look at these kids, see what they've got, keep bringing them through. And if we're good enough and they improve, then we can make that jump. But if not, we're not quite ready yet.
Yeah.
Great to finally talk to you again, Matt. Delighted to see you in person after so many years. But today's game, really the build-up is immense. But from your point of view, what are the key focus points and the messaging going into this game? What are some of the key things that you're going to have to do to get the result today against a quality outfit in Boronia? Yeah, look, obviously they're really well structured. They're really well set up. They're one of those sides that have played together a lot of footy, winning premierships in that next division down, and they've come up and they've landed in here really well because they structure up well. So for us, it's a bit of contest stuff. They're really good around the ball. They're really good at their chain handball, so we'll make sure that we've got to put pressure on around the ball and get it back. But once we win it back, we've got to be able to own it a little bit. We probably slow play a little bit for it. You like stoppages, don't you? You're a bit of a like stoppages.
I don't mind stoppages. That was my
the way you played.
Yeah, so I don't mind them. So I do set our boys up to win them. But and we've got some good midfield players in there. Harry Flynn and Rice have been really good the last month. They're both really, really clean, good at ground level, and so we're hoping that they can get the ascendancy today, and then get it going our way, and hopefully our tall forwards can do the job after that.
A couple of those VFL boys have made a really big impact, haven't they, since coming back, and they've really skyrocketed you up into a position now where you can really challenge, and their performances today are going to be really key for you to get that desired result this afternoon. Yeah, look, Beggsy coming back from the AFL list was always going to be a big addition to us, but we just had to get his body right, and now he's confident with his body and he's playing really good footy, so he gives us that first use, which is great. And then around the ground, he's a big man and takes some marks. But the one that we're really impressed with, and with his Rye Cantwell, who's come back to us from Richmond, and Richmond were really, I know Richmond was sorry they lost him. He just wanted to come back and enjoy his footy for the year, and he's one that you just have to see live. If you haven't seen him live, he's absolutely exceptional.
I've seen him at Eastern Rangers, and he's been really solid. I thought he was a bit unlucky not to get picked up as well. So you found a good one there.
No, he's really good. So he rebounds a bit off half back, and he sets us up a little bit. But if you haven't seen him live, he's one to watch, that's for sure.
And the template for you, I mean, you feels like you're putting that blueprint template together for long-term success. It's not for the now, but over the next couple of years, it's going to get stronger as you keep developing some of these younger players through. So it all was all set up for you because you've had that great success down at Dramana over the last few years before coming back to North Ringwood. Yeah, so it was a bit of a blueprint for me down at Dramana. So I walked in there and they had a really young list as well. It was just good timing for me there, and then I ended up coaching them to a premiership, and very similar. When I walked in here, I said really talented kids, they just need some structure and some consistency, and just a really calming method. And since I've been taking over and we're getting better, look, we want to build on it. We're nowhere near the finished product, but we think if we can play a brand, make it attractive,
add some players in next year. Like, who knows? But we'll just keep bringing kids in because at the moment they're playing really well. So, yeah, really happy with them.
Absolutely, Pricey. Big afternoon ahead. We're going to let you go. Thank you for giving up some time ahead of a big clash this afternoon, and hopefully for your sake, a North Ringwood win and jump into a third position on the ladder.
No worries. Enjoy your day. Should be a good day for it.
Absolutely.
Good work, Pricey.
Conditions perfect today. That is the senior coach of the North Ringwood Football Club, Matt Price, and we've got a big game ahead at 2:20 p.m. between North Ringwood and Boronia, and we're going to bring back the action in just a minute. Jared, unless you got something else to say? No, you're done. Sorry, I thought you were pointing at something. All good. We're going to go to our first ad break here in the Eastland match of the round between North Ringwood and Boronia.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Boronia Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Division 1 Eastland Match of the Round. It's a big game between North Ringwood and Boronia as well. We are doing the pre-game as well. Unfortunately, some of the boys had to nick off for reasons, of course, as well, for a big game. They're getting ready.
Little
as well.
pit stop on the before the game.
Yeah, yep. So we're into that. Matt Spider-Lee and Ryan Long. Jared's
Thanks for bringing us back in.
Jared's just arrived too. So before we start, before we got the coaches in, we just talked about Premier Division as well. So we did Mitcham and Noble Park as well, and then we did East Doncaster and East Ringwood. So we're going to turn our attentions now to Roeville and South Croydon. The Hawks, wow, big winners last week on the Eastland Match of the Round on the Sunday game against Vermont. I thought they controlled the day, and then you're playing against a South Croydon team, which I didn't expect would happen, but South Croydon, one winner's that one. I think it was by maybe 25 points off around that sort of margin. So, and I think South Croydon do play well against Roeville, but Roeville could say the same thing as well for that one. What's your
Beat them
thoughts?
twice last year, South Croydon.
Yeah.
So they'll go there
Ro-
with some confidence off the back of last week too. So, look, you wouldn't write them completely off, but you just have the feeling that Roval, off the back of last week's outstanding performance, they were never in any trouble against Vermont. But guys like Martini playing so well, Josh Clark, both Seth McDonald and Cooper McDonald really, were important in the way that they played last week. So you would expect that Roval at home would be able to get the job done. But if South Croydon can play a particular way through the midfield, get some stoppages, really defend strongly, and take the territory game up to Roval, then they'll give themselves a chance. But you just get a feeling at home Roval will be a bit too strong.
Massive midfield battle in this one, especially with Stapleton and Clark.
No Shields this week.
Yeah,
no Shields? Okay.
Off the back of a really good performance last week.
Yep.
His Premier Data stats were outstanding.
It's also Devon McKernan's 50th game I did see coming into today as well. He's one of my good mates, so shout out to him as well, playing his 50th game for
good
South
contributor.
Croydon. And but as we said, South Croydon did get him twice last year, but
they've got to be careful.
But
Roval.
Roval on the big stage got him where it mattered most. So I think I tipped the Hawks. How do we all tip this one?
Tipped Roval. And then the other two games we can go pretty quickly. Blackburn, Vermont, and Ball and Berwick. I'd say both of us, or all four of us, would be tipping both Blackburn and Baldwin. And despite
hard to see it, isn't it? Look, local rivalry, Blackburn and Vermont. Look, Vermont just we know it's a personnel issue. They still have some senior quality players playing. So, and we know that there is some injury that has gone through Vermont. But it's guys like John who just and Greenwood and that who have been a bit banged up all season. They've played a lot of young players, but they're coming up against a Blackburn well-oiled machine at the moment through the midfield. Guys like Stoddard, Dorian, Lawler, Ainsworth, all those guys who are just playing such great footy, and then you throw in guys like Toby Waller up forward, and Woods has been playing such good footy as well, and so they just have answers on every line, both defensively, midfield, and up forward. So going to be hard to beat, I think.
Yeah. All right, so we heard that. So we might change ourselves to Division 2 right now as we speak. So we'll start off with what's on top of us. And I did have a listen to the forecast coming into today. Waverley Blues taking on Mulgrave. Last time this team was a bit of a shootout, wasn't it?
This is probably one of my favourite matchups across the whole Eastern Footy League.
I think it was like 100 to maybe 118. The Waverley Blues stealing the 100-year celebrations down there at Mulgrave Reserve.
Here's one, Blake. Do Mulgrave give up another 5-goal start? They've done that the last 3 times.
Well, you hope not, because that's alarm bells already started day, which you don't want to see as well. But it's a hard one, but we don't know what Waverley Blues side we're going to still be getting. And I think you said it on the forecast, Ryan, that Waverley Blues, they are level on points with Croydon and Heathmont. So could be an 8-point game. And if Mulgrave, depending on how Surrey Park play against Heathmont today, they could honestly go to third spot and get that double chance, which they've been dying for.
Season defining for the Waverley Blues, absolutely, and for Mulgrave, they've just got to keep winning. They've just got to keep finding ways to win. Fletcher Roberts back in the team really gives them that advantage, the flexibility. We know he can play at both ends of the ground, but when he plays forward, he's just so dangerous, and he's a very hard player to match up. So I think Mulgrave will get the win, but Waverley Blues, I think they might push him every step of the way.
Yeah. Blake, I'm just looking up at the hill at the moment. If you're watching on from on the Evenel YouTube page, you might just be able to see that in the top right. They're all kids up on the top of the hill, so that is the perfect vantage point to watch the footy. But I'm a bit worried. If someone slips down, that is very steep.
It is.
You're coming down hard, you're coming down fast.
Broken bones.
Why don't we call the game up there? I know that will be. I might even pop up if I'm allowed to, of course, and have a look on. But no, I've actually sat there once and they've had a few cans up on that hill, but
doesn't surprise
drink responsibly, of course.
Under 14s, I'm guessing?
No. When Montrose came here one time, but it's a terrific view, and the views up there is just amazing. So, boys, if you can, I don't know, we've got calling and you guys are on the boundary. You could do a boundary report up there as well. But
I don't know how the connection will go.
I don't know if that'll work out.
But it's absolutely terrific up there as well. So, but I think back to this one. Sorry, back to the footy.
Sorry for
getting my. We can say that on the pre-game show, but I think we're all going to go Mulgrave, or did someone go Waverley?
I'm sticking with Mulgrave. Ray's gone Waverley Blues. I think we had a couple of people who tipped them with
I tipped Mulgrave.
With the way they're going.
I'm going Mulgrave in this one. I wouldn't be too shocked if Waverley Blues get up. It's such a interesting back and forth rivalry between these two teams. And, Mulgrave, they steadied the ship against Surrey Park. Hopefully they can continue to do so. I thought they were vulnerable and they're proving otherwise.
Yeah, Mulgrave, I think they'll get over the line. But, they're doing some really good things. Impressive win at Surrey Park last week.
Yeah. We might just skip these two games. Lilydale taking on Montana South. I think we're going to go the Devils.
Yeah, Devils there.
Yeah, and then Ringwood taking on East Burwood. I think I tipped Ringwood for this one, but I don't know if anyone went East Burwood. But it is a big day. I did listen to the forecast, Spider, of course, the 1985 Premiership. My dad, unfortunately,
and the 65
wasn't
reunions.
there that year at East Burwood. So, and what is it, 86 is it? Or
65 and 85 reunions today. But, look, a big day for East Burwood. I
thought you would have been the MC down there, Spider.
No, I've put my priorities of this commentary team ahead of that today. But, I'm sure they'll organise what they want to do. But I think in terms of the game, look, Ringwood and East Burwood, when they play each other, it's always a close game.
It is.
But I think what we'll find is that I just don't have the confidence in what East Burwood are doing at the moment. Look, they've got some young players that are promising. Max McArdle is showing some really good signs. He's getting some games. But I'm just not sure whether East Burwood can kick enough goals to win the game. And that defensively, they're standing up okay. Logan back in that team. But Ringwood, look, they're usually a hard team to beat. And they'll want that as a low-scoring game. Their scoring has improved over the last few weeks. They put in a pretty credible performance against Montana South. So I just think this might be a real arm wrestle, and I think they might just fall over the line, Ringwood, in a very tight game. But East Burwood will certainly push them. But how long is a brave result? You got to find a way to get over the line. Heathmont made pretty light work of them last week.
Heathmont, Surrey Park. I think we don't have much time, so we might just. I know it was talked on the forecast, but who are we going for this one?
Surrey Park, but Heathmont, good chance. That was the roughie.
Tip Surrey Park.
I've actually gone Heathmont as just.
Jeez.
I don't know. I don't know if I trust him at all, but I just think they've got the potential.
Out. That's a big one for
He is, but Woodfull out for Surrey Park, so both key ruckmans are out for both sides. So I think that probably maybe evens it up in that sense. And I just think the Jets, Jared, I don't know. They're just hitting form at the right time. Surrey got some important outs.
And they do that. They've done that in the past couple of years, the Jets. I think, Surrey Park, they've been one of the most synergistic teams that we've seen over the past few years. They know how to play together. That's something that has eluded Heathmont this season and does so occasionally. But I think they're just they're starting to find the gears now. And, I think the Jets will take this. Also, a point on this one, sorry. If Heathmont win this, I think that's the 5 locked up. I don't think there's a chance.
What if Croydon pull off an upset against Tempe, or if Waverley beat Mulgrave? Does that keep?
I still think Waverley Blues. Yeah, I still think if Waverley Blues beat Mulgrave, I still think that is it's locked up. Croydon beating Templestowe, however, maybe I would change that
throw
tune.
the cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah.
But, that's fair. But Surrey Park for me. We're going to quickly go to Division 3. We might skip. We might skip some more.
I was just going to say, Blake, you may not have to skip because traditionally North Ringwood games start a little bit late.
Okay.
So they've only just started the fourth quarter of the reserves, so 20 minutes to go.
At a good pace.
I reckon you've got at least 20 minutes.
Div 3, there's some good talking points, Blake. And where do you want to start with? I would say the Upper Ferntree Gully Oakley District game.
That's probably the match of the round in third division.
Interests me for a couple of reasons. Upper Gully, after a really, really strong season, they've just dropped the ball a little bit in the last couple of weeks. Not, their form hasn't dropped off that much, but they've lost 2 close games, which has now put their chances for a double chance in real jeopardy, with Knox taking the opportunity. And for Oakley, Blake, similar when we talked about Montrose, they're in elimination final mode every week. Even if they win all 4, they might not make it, depending on what the Basin and Sylvan do. But I think if I'm
that wind is
that's really picked up.
Sorry to say that one.
I don't know if the
effects mic was picking that up
last this afternoon, but that game for Oakley, I think out of those 4 sides, again, that is crazy, that win from 5th to 8th. I feel like they're still the most dangerous side if they can get through to a final series.
Yeah, definitely. You know, they have a couple of wins as well, but I've been pretty critical on Upper Gully.
And past couple of weeks, losing to the Basin, I think, is one they shouldn't have dropped. The Sylvan one, I don't know. It's hard to judge
tell.
that.
I think you've been very unfair on Upper Gully.
But you see, you know, they were sitting third on the ladder, and now they're literally a game, you know, out of the fight.
This is a side who didn't play finals last year.
I know.
Don't be third on the ladder. You go in the furnace.
Yeah.
I did say about Upper Ferntree Gully that I think I've been a bit nice on them the last couple of weeks, but they have been disappointing for the last couple of weeks.
Look, they've just had a period where they've been a little bit flat, but I still have the confidence and belief that they'll get this win today over Oakland District, who need everything to go right for them to play finals. When you start relying, it makes it really difficult. I just think there's too much on the line for this Upper Gully team for them not to play finals now and not to get that third spot. So and potentially, so I think they'll get the win, and I think they'll march on and really be a strong contender to play some finals footy.
So with 4 games left, Upper Ferntree Gully still have to play Scoresby and Donvale.
Yeah, they're not easy games.
If Knox beat the Basin today, I believe it's today.
Ferntree Gully.
Sorry, if Knox beat the Basin, I think in a week or so, then... Sorry, if Knox beats the Basin in a week or so, then Upper Ferntree Gully have to upset either one of Donvale or Scoresby to get the double chance.
I honestly think if Oakleigh District win today, now, still again might be a bit harsh, I can see him missing finals, unfortunately. I think the Basin will beat Ferntree Gully.
Wait, so
today.
who will miss finals?
Upper Ferntree Gully.
Upper Ferntree Gully miss finals from here?
I don't see that, because Sylvan's not going to...
They're a game behind, boys. So you've got to remember, if they
what do you
lose...
mean they're a game behind?
Sorry, if they lose today and the Basin, win today, they're all on 32 points.
But for this, Sylvan and the Basin both have to jump them.
Yeah.
And both of their forms have been...
I know, but I reckon the Basin will beat Ferntree Gully today. That's what I reckon.
And you think Sylvan will...
No, but they might...
So then Upper Ferntree Gully would finish 5th on your...
Oh, well, they're just going in, but that...
you can't say they're not going to miss finals.
They're not missing finals.
Anyway, moving on.
It's just a matter of where they finish. Yeah. Are they going to finish as high as third? Are they going to finish fourth?
Moving on now. We've had enough of the Upper Ferntree Gully and how I've been seeing it, but I think we touched on the Basin, Ferntree Gully. I think this game will be a good game, and I'd tip the Basin on this one. Having a look, Lockie Young, I don't think he's going to be playing for the rest of the year for Ferntree Gully.
So what's wrong with him?
I don't know.
Or what's going on?
I just got word on the street that he might not be playing for the rest of the year. So I've got a lot of sources spotted around the traps around this competition.
Are the sources that is he unavailable to play, or is he injured?
Yeah, he's injured.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's all we need to know. We need clarity on in this programming.
Yes.
We give clarity and we give feedback and information.
Where have you guys gone for the Basin, Ferntree Gully?
It's got to be the Basin.
The Basin.
Yeah. On the Basin, I thought this time.
Well, I just go back to that last result though. That when the last time they met, and it was about 75 to 9 or something.
Yeah.
And that concerns me a little bit. Tipping the Basin.
Yeah, they're just not playing well enough, are they, Ryan?
Yeah, but they've got to. You would expect on form, probably.
Yeah.
And this is near season ending for Ferntree Gully. It's still mathematically possible if they beat if they lose to the Basin.
I've got no faith in them.
Yeah, well, Jaden Stevenson is going to have to bring his Superman cape out. And, he can't just keep doing it himself. But the Basin, I think, at home will get the job done. I think it'll be a bit of an arm wrestle for a half, but I expect the Basin to run away with it.
Yeah.
Problem is he could kick 5 and have 30 and they could still lose by 5 goals. That's
right.
That's happened this year.
But can I just say as well, for the next game that we're about to talk is Donvale Sylvan. Sylvan did get Donvale, but I know it was at Sylvan. It was at Sylvan. I know, I get that, because last time they did play, that Sylvan did win by 2 points, but with this Donvale team, have we got the team lineup, Tim? Because I checked coming in. Oh, no, it is out, yes. So Hay comes in. I don't know if he played last week. Is that correct?
Well, if he's coming in, I would have
no Duncan. Still no Duncan into the team.
Hay did play last week.
He played.
I did?
Yep.
Okay. I think Donvale get home for
Don
me.
Vale at home.
They'll do it comfortably. Maybe Sylvan have got to do something a little bit different. Maybe they've got to stay down around Donvale.
Stay the night in Donvale.
Stay the night in Donvale. Maybe come down on a bus or something.
Is there a hotel around Quambee Reserve?
I'm sure there's a Ridges
There's
or
Doncaster Mercure.
Yes, the Doncaster McCure, which
yes,
now
the new major sponsor of the AFNL.
Correct. You should be. They should spend the night at the Doncaster McCure, the Sylvan boys.
Yeah.
I'll book it in for them.
This is elimination time for Sylvan because, I mean, they have such a hard run home, especially when you consider that they only have one game left to play at home.
And it's against Scoresby.
And exactly. And with the Basin having a bit of an easier sort of draw coming up, this is sort of like do or die a little bit for the Cats.
Sorry, just before we get into the next game, I just got a shout out here as well. I've got a comment
Don't worry about
this. Michael Carnamo, I don't know if you guys know Michael. Yes, from Icon Sports. He just messaged me. He's not there today because he's in Cairns. He's good celebrating, I think, his wife's 40th birthday today. So, well on there. And he needs a shout out because they're missing their assistant coach. So,
happy 40th birthday, Michael.
Yes, as well to his wife for that one. So, I'm sure Cards will be watching on as well. Play cricket where I, watch my cricket a little bit. I'm a supporter at that club down at Lilydale. So, good to see you watching.
You're a player, aren't you, as well?
He's been everywhere, that man.
I'm playing at One Turner this year.
Okay.
I've just joined the committee this year. So,
watch out. There's a coup. There's a coup coming.
So,
there's a coup.
I'm in charge of the social functions down there.
My Lord.
There's a couple good functions, boys. So, if you're interested, come down and support. So,
I won't be.
We've got an iPod Shuffle night.
That's it. Move on. I'm sick of this. Keep going.
Fair Park taking on Knox down at Fair Park Reserve. Knox have really starting to hit their straps as well. So I think we're going to go Knox for this one.
Yeah, Knox for me.
Knox,
I think they'll be able to continue on some form and get back where they need to be, up in contention. Braden Barlow, good in for them.
Yes, it is.
This week.
Massive in. And
he's someone that Knox needed in to really sort of steady the ship in terms of their list cohesion and ability to kick goals.
That's what they've been lacking, haven't they, Jared?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep, and moving on to Coldstream and Scoresby. I think we're going to go the Magpies and Scoresby.
Yeah, definitely.
For this one, I don't think
could be a big margin with the Magpies winning that one.
Yeah, so I think Scoresby win that one as well down at the big oval down there at Hayley Supple Oval. We're going to move to Division 4. I think the big one that stands out to me, I think Pauline Templestowe Croydon North's a big one. But I'm going to start us off here. Churnside Park v Kilsyth. We saw Kilsyth last week. They were okay, I thought, till about half time, and then the Pioneers got going. So how do we see that one, boys? Churnside just too good, or can we make a case for the Cougars?
I think it can go one or two ways. I think they could just hang around and cause that nuisance value across the afternoon and really just... similar to what they did earlier on in the season, a game which we were out at, or it could go the other way and Churnside Park get on top early and they bury them. And they've buried a few sides this season, and when they get going, they are hard to stop, Jared.
I just don't see Kilsyth finding the goals, unfortunately. They just don't have enough likely goal kickers down there. It's interesting with Damien Murray challenging Ryan Goodinson to play further up the ground, and while it's definitely beneficial, I think in the long term, it's a little bit harmful when you don't have sort of a player playing out of the square when you're wanting Goodinson's talent and skill more up around the footy. Which, I mean, it's a fair trade moving forward, looking to the future, but it just deprives them of a bit of goal-kicking power in the short term.
Yeah, expecting Churnside Park to win. I think Kilsyth are a chance. If they can get the game on their terms and the way that the conditions are presented today, with the breeze, if they can defend strongly against what we know is a Churnside Park team that like to take a lot of territory, get the ball into their forward area, and they like to score. That's certainly going to be a factor in the game. But I think Churnside Park in the end will come out victors by a couple of goals.
Now, I think this is the match of the round, just judging from my research and analysis. But Pauline Templestowe taking on Croydon North Emlock. Now, this game, at the start of the year, this is how I saw it, this game wouldn't be a game where we all thought, oh, wow, this could be a good game to watch. But now it is, because Croydon North, believe it or not, boys, they could be playing off in their first ever finals campaign since arriving in the EFNL since 2019. And Bull and Templestone, I think you said it as well, Ryan, on the forecast yesterday, that it was Bull and Templestone's biggest win in the EFNL last week, being Forest Hill by 116 points. So that was a big win, but Croydon North, they just need to keep winning, don't they? It's like kind of like just keep winning, but it's almost like just keep winning, just keep winning. Like it's almost like
someone clip that one up.
Just a bit like that. It's almost like a little quote of Finding Nemo that I used, and I thought I'll put it into the broadcast today. So I think just keep winning is the thing that Croydon North need to do, because I feel like they will do it. I know Taj at the TED. Sorry, it's called the TED. I keep thinking it's the Taj.
They call it the Taj.
Oh, they call it the Taj. One here it says TED Ajani Reserve.
That is the full name, but
full name, yes, as well. But I'm going to go. I just heard Wayne Bresh in the background. G'day, Bresh. But I just want to just say I think the big ground might get a bit of use out of Croydon North, because obviously they played Hughes Park, small ground, bit of bigger ground, but I think I'm going to go Croydon North here, boys. I don't know if you guys went Bull and Temp.
No, I've gone the Kangaroos. There's too much on the line for them. They've got to keep winning. They play. Funny enough, they play Bull and Temple twice in 3 weeks, so they're going to get a really good look at them. If they can win both games, then they've got Forest Hill and Warrandyte to finish the season. 3 of the last 4 would be enough to play finals.
100%, especially with Kilthurst Draw.
Yeah, I think it's great with players coming back into the team too. A couple of their mainstays, Odomat, obviously didn't play last week, so they're winning without some of their stars. So if they can get there and play a 4-quarter performance today on a big ground, Bull and Temple certainly take it up to them. Just not sure they're going to be able to stop the way that Croydon North have been playing in more recent times.
Yeah, definitely. And, can I just ask as well, I haven't really been on the recoveries and as much as well, but how are we feeling with Bull and Templestowe? I think I've been pretty happy with how they've been tracking at the moment for their first year in the EFNL. Always going to be a hard, come down from the VAFA, obviously, and I think they recently got relegated as well. If they would have stayed in the VAFA, of course, that year. So how have we been seeing Bull and Templestowe? I think they've been tracking along really nicely. And no offence to Croydon North, but I think it's been better than when they first came into the competition.
Completely different models, different structures.
Yeah.
Bull and Templestowe, from a long-term point of view, will be a very strong club going forward. They could easily make the runs up the divisions very quickly over the next few years if they can recruit and also bring through some of their younger players. So I think it's a long-term prospect for them. The short term, I think they've been very good. So I don't think they've. I think they've done pretty well with their expectations this year. They've been pretty realistic where they've been, and I think whatever the result ends up being at the end of the season, they can certainly build upon it.
Yeah, it's interesting when you take it in the past few years, second from bottom in Division 4. You'd look at that team and it would be a Nunawading or a Croydon North or a Forest Hill, and you'd look at them and say they're struggling. But the performances that Bull and Templestowe have put up this season have definitely been better than that sort of a ranking, and very promising for the future of their success.
Good method,
in the EFNL.
like the build. Jared, I really like the way what they're doing. I think Andrew Verger and all the off-field people there are putting some really good template in place for their long-term jeopardy.
Definitely. And the last game in Division 4, Whitehorse Pioneers taking on Forest Hill. I think I actually listened to what Brashy said, and I kind of agree. For this game, I think Forest Hill will be in the game for about a quarter, and I think it's going to take a lot from the Whitehorse Pioneers to flex their muscles as they've been doing. Big win over Kilsyth last week to finally get that mojo sort of back. They were in that same sort of form slump as well in last year, of course. So I think that when I put them in the furnace a couple of weeks ago, might have definitely got them up. So
got a response, did it? The furnace.
Yes. So
Blake, just one thing. That game is played out at Springfield Park, so if you are parking at the ground, just be careful because there is someone on the loose who's happy to knock down mirrors and. Have you
heard? Now, can we just retrack? Can we retrack?
There we go. There's the mirror on the screen.
Can we retrack? Have you heard anything or
no? Nothing's come through yet.
That's just terrible.
I just want an explanation, a bit of justice.
It might go on the local leader. You might have to put it on the and speak to our man Dan Sandrick as well if you want. It's up to you now what you want to do there, but. I think White
Of course, your dad's fixed the mirror at the moment.
He has, temporarily.
He's given it the old Arrow diet like my granddad used to do for almost anything.
It's up there now, but I'm worried if someone just accidentally knocks it, it might just come.
It'll be back like it was.
I think you're in a safe spot at the moment, Ryan. I saw you parking today. So.
Yes, silver
except Kate's just run into it when she parked, so she wanted to let you know there's a big blue streak down the side.
Check that out now. Back to, and we're going to go to Pioneers as well. So we might take our final break as well. It's been a pleasure joining you, gentlemen, on the pre-game show. Blake Tennant, of course, speaking now. Jared Beelan, our media manager, Ryan Long, and the great Matt Spiderlee. Always great to talk things footy in for now with you, Spider. So we're going to take our break, and then straight after this, you'll hear Long and BWS, the great man, calling this great game of football for the Division 1 Eastland match of the round, played between North Ringwood and Boronia.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Yes, and welcome out to Quambee Reserve this afternoon for the huge Eastland match of the round clash between Division 1 3rd and 4th, with North Ringwood hosting the Boronia Football Club today, and we're really looking forward to this one. My name is Ben Warren Smith and can't wait to get this game underway, which we're a little bit behind this afternoon, so we apologise for that, but it was a 26-point win to the Boronia Hawks in the reserves, 8-10-58 to 5-2-32. There's a decent crowd brewing in the ground, but I tell you what, the wind is howling out here, and we for those who know North Ringwood well and Quambee Reserve well, it is down in a burrow, and the wind is blowing right across the ground, straight into the caravan, straight into the club rooms, in fact. So it's going towards the big hill end, and it's pushing right across to the left forward pocket, where I see Davis Harrigan taking pictures down there, so he might get hit by a few footballs this afternoon. But we're looking forward to a huge clash. Of course, North Ringwood coming off a monstrous victory last week against what a lot of people thought was the unstoppable South Belgrave Football Club. They got that win on their home deck, so the fans are back out to see what they can do against a seasoned performer in the Boronia Football Club who's had a lot of success over recent years and who are just building their season along very, very nicely. The winner of today, you can almost lock in a final spot as well, so that's also on the line. You would pretty much guarantee that. But let's introduce the panel as we get ready for this huge clash. And joining me in the co-commentator's chair, you heard him on pre-match, you hear him right throughout the week. Very good afternoon once again to the media manager of the Eastern Football Netball League, Ryan Long.
Thank you, Ben. Great to be out here at Quambee Reserve. Been a long time since I've come out here to watch a game of footy, and great setup here on the wing. As you said, very windy conditions. We'll see how that play a factor today. But North Ringwood in red hot form, 6 of the last 7. Boronia coming off a very gutsy win against Beaconsfield. So I think we're all set for what should be a pretty big afternoon.
Yeah, get down here as well. There's a lot of car parking down at Quambee, which is great as well. So you can certainly get a spot in here. I took the scenic route to get down here, went a little bit nostalgic, and went past my old school in Whitefriars College along Park Road, and really took it in. Oh, look at you sit up when you said that. Get on down here because it's always a good game down here. The last time I was here, in fact, you could barely see a blade of grass on this ground. So hats off to everybody down at North Ringwood, because the ground's in ripper condition. The van's in the best spot we could actually get it in, and we just can't wait. But let's keep introducing the panel, because the man who hosted the pre-match show was Blake Tennant. Well, you wrapped it up, so I presumed you were hosting as well, or did you just take over?
He took over.
I had to take over because a couple of the boys had to go for a pit stop. But I like that. Thank you, BWS. Much appreciated for that. I'll take that. Good to be here. Good to see you back as well. BWS, always good to hear as well from your voice, which is great. But I think you forgot about the hill up there. I think me and Ryan talked about there. You can actually get up on that hill. We've said it about 5 times already. But good to be here. Good game of football. Sides that are trying to play finals, sides that are looking to get in that final 3 and get the double chance, which is always great. So I think we're in for a good game of footy here.
Certainly are, and of course we hear him on the Friday program, the preview for the week, and we were privileged today to have him in special comments. Very good afternoon to Matt Spiderlee.
Very good afternoon to you, BWS. Great to be here, and we're really looking forward to this game this afternoon. So much consequence for both teams, an opportunity to really set up the season. So the afternoon promises a lot for both clubs.
And Paul Yaconi, right at the other end of the table, bringing us all those important around-the-ground scores right throughout the afternoon on the Score Centre. Good afternoon to you, Paul.
Good afternoon, BWS, and I'm looking forward to this contest. Will be, it's such a big game for both these sides. It should be a good game.
Where we see who are our tips in this one, boys? I'm leaning towards Boronia today. As much as I love coming out to a club and backing the home side in, I just think it might have taken a little bit out of the home side in the Saints last week to get up over South Belgrave. Look, they certainly did come home with the Thunder, kicking 5 goals in that final term and to run over the top. That momentum may carry through, but I just liked listening to. I just love Matt Clark, to be honest, and just the way he runs his football clubs and his sides, and has done for more than a decade. I really can't go past the Hawks today. I think it's going to be a real close one, but for me, I'm tipping the Hawks by 2 goals. How do you see it, Ryan?
I've backed in the Hawks. I tipped them on Friday. A couple of changes certainly hurt their chances, I think. Collins was playing some fantastic football to come out of the side, but Braden Wright gets his go today. I'm tipping them in a close one. I'm really impressed by what North Ringwood have done over the last few weeks, but I think you're right. I think they are potentially maybe due for a loss, and Boronia coming off a very gutsy win. So I'm tipping the Hawks just.
I actually don't know who I actually tipped on the record, so I've got to watch out for that one, because our man is next to us and he's leading. So I think I actually tipped Boronia.
Well, who do you tip? Because if not, we'll make sure that it gets changed anyway. So you're not getting it each way, mate.
I can't lose.
You're not getting it each way.
Because apparently that's a thing, according to Scott Hardy.
Yeah, I think I went Boronia this one. I think they're away from home. Yes, Quambee Reserve, North Ringwood would like to play here, but I think Boronia's got the skill. They've got a little bit of form, of course, last week after a big win over Beaconsfield.
Spider.
Going for North Ringwood in a close one. I think they can follow up that all that momentum that they brought last week against South Belgrave. Big challenge for Boronia with a few players out of the side, so they need to be really generate some enthusiasm and energy today. But big challenge for them when you come to a team that's in really good form.
Interesting to see who wins the toss, so we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll be looking forward to crossing down to our boundary riders, which are Jared Beanland and Wayne Brasher, who's going to be no longer a boundary virgin after today. It's been 15 or 20 years later. Brasher's finally getting some grass under his feet down there.
Yeah, you ain't whistling Dixie either, too, BWS. Yeah, thank you very much. It's great to be down in the ditches with the boys this afternoon, and look, the ground's in really good nick. Both sides look really up for the contest, and look, I think Boronia this afternoon, they'll want to hold on to that top 3 spot, knowing they've got a couple of hard games to come. I think it's going to be a close game. I think North Ringwood have done nothing wrong. 5 wins out of their last 6. They took down the ladder leaders last week. They're full of confidence. Great game in store. I'm going to tip Boronia by 3 goals, Jen.
Thanks very much, Brash, and it's like he's been doing it for a very long time.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? It's great to see Wayne Brasher on here, but I just want to mention young fellow there, Brody Howe. He just had a little bit of a slip and dive on the ground there. The North Ringwood boys were loving it as well.
One moment he was up, and the next moment he was flat on the ground.
Yeah, and a lot of long sleeves I've seen for the North Ringwood boys today, so maybe it's a bit cold conditions down there as well. So, the wind is going to the right. There isn't much I can see. Boys, is there any wind? I don't know if you guys...
I think it's blowing across the ground towards the pavilion end.
Okay.
And I think whoever wins the toss, I think we'll probably need to kick 2 or 3 goals to take advantage of it.
Yeah, it's going to have that ebb and flow, isn't it, Brash? You're going to need to really take full advantage of the scoring end.
And this is... Traditionally, this ground is a very low-scoring ground, so expect probably a 70 to 55 point type game here.
And that does suit North Ringwood. We spoke about it in the pre-game. Matt Price does like stoppage games, and I'm sure he's going to try and get one today. And whereas Matt Clark, other contrast, he likes to move the ball with some speed and really generate that transition game.
Let's cross down to Jared Beanland for the first time this afternoon. Jared, what's it like down there?
G'day, gentlemen, and of course to all the listeners. Very blustery. I think Brash hit the nail on the head. The wind advantage is going to play a factor in this game, especially with this being such a low-scoring ground. In terms of my tip, I have to go with Boronia for this one. I really like what North Ringwood have been doing. The win against South Belgrave is one thing, but they've yet to best any other teams at finals position, the top 5, of course. I think their momentum has been excellent. Boronia, I just feel like they've got a bit too much quality across all their lines, and a very well-coached side as well, of course.
Great stuff to our boundary riders this afternoon. Jared Beanland and Wayne Brasher. Players are taking their positions out on the field, so we're only moments away.
I think it was Boronia that won the toss, and they'll be kicking to the left.
So, Blake, what are some things that you want to see early from both sides in terms of Boronia and North Ringwood? What are some of the key things in this first quarter you're going to be looking out for?
I think North Ringwood, they've got to get that energy up from last week, of course, because it would have been up and about, beating a North Ringwood side. But so is Boronia. Boronia came from behind. Fairchild kicked the sealer, of course, and the energy would have been up definitely for both of these sides, building in. But I think they've just got to start. I think the first goal was crucial because we've seen a lot of young players coming in to these teams. Boronia's got 4 under-19s, 3 under-19s, and I think North Ringwood as well has got 4 as well.
Well, the umpire holds the ball aloft. It'll be North Ringwood kicking to the left of your radio dial and left of your screen. Here's Ryan Long to take us.
Hannon and Begg go at it. North Ringwood with the first clearance. Here's Rice getting involved early. Kicks it towards the far side. Picked up this time by James Leach. Is able to control the footy and make the way down the line towards the boundary side. Picked up by Begg. Begg goes inside 50 for the Saints, and they hit up the target. Fenton takes the mark.
Good inclusion to the side today, of course.
The skipper of the side, and a big opportunity here for North Ringwood to get the first on the board in the early stages of this game out at Quambee Reserve. They're coming off 6 wins from their last 7 games. And he'd love to get this one through for the first of the afternoon. The wind has dropped off just slightly. Kick towards the squares, not quite going to make it. And the mark's been taken, but there's been a free kick here paid towards the Hawks, and it'll be Daniel Wex to take this one.
Wexy.
Jeez, you'll love that one. There's Wex to take the kick towards us. On the broadcast side, Brasher in front position, couldn't quite take it. Hare looked to steal it away. Picked up this time by Braunthal and then wrapped up in the tackle.
Yeah, good start by North Ringwood to get the ball out of the middle. Couldn't capitalise on the scoreboard, but good defensive play.
Beggs had a good influence.
Got the little knockdown and came out now. The right kick, it goes inside forward 50 by Rice. It sits up in the breeze, bounces away, went straight through the arms there of Chapman. He'll have to chase after it again. Scooped upon on there by Leach. He goes backwards to go forwards here. They'll try and squeeze a possession inside forward 50, and a strong mark has been taken by Brody Howie on the chest. He'll have a ping from about 40 metres out directly in front.
Well, the man who, of course, had a bit of a slip and dive on pre-game when doing the handball drill. This will be a good slot here for North Ringwood to get them up and about early because they need the energy.
Couple of heavily strapped knees there for Brody Howie, but distance won't be a problem. You'll have to start this one out to the right and work it back. He'll come in now on the left. He keeps it low. He keeps it straight. That's how you kick them with the breeze. First blood is drawn by the North Ringwood Football Club, and they lead on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 1 straight 6. Boronia yet to score. 2.5 gone.
Yeah, clearance work at the stoppage, and then they're able to get an entry inside 50 and then hit up a target, and or how did the rest, and kick the goal. So it's a really good start. Matt Price would be delighted to get that early goal.
Yeah, they've done well to start this game. 2.5 minutes in, first term. As we'll go back to the middle here.
I think North Ringwood's definitely winging it out the middle, and that man on the screen there, Aidan Begg, is just controlling, his ruck duties, and he's definitely taking it over at the moment over the Boronia ruckman.
This time it's Hannon who gets the tap down. Mellis gets a handball away, was trying to find Brasher, was picked off by Van Noonan. And we'll get another stoppage, another ball up in the middle of the ground.
Two of the most, they know how to earn their footy, and that's Mellis and definitely Rice.
Yeah, certainly right. As the ball comes out.
Boundary side,
and a free
guys.
kick has been paid towards North Ringwood. We'll go to boundary in just a moment as they move this on through Rice. Got it off to Flynn. Now Flynn inside 50 for the Saints. Once again, Burgess, the skipper for the Hawks. Underneath that one, couldn't control it. Flanagan towards the boundary line. Over and out, and we will go boundary side to Wayne Brasher.
Yeah, just the bench here for Boronia. We got Kieran Edwards, Jake Mallis, number 9, Kieran Edwards, number 8, Dylan Dower, Eastland's own, number 20, and Braden Wright, number 40, gents.
Yeah,
thanks, Brash.
Right, the late inclusion, first senior game of the season. As we might get another stoppage here. Right on the arc of the North Ringwood forward 50.
Yeah, Matt Price, he said at pre-game, stoppage is going to be a real key to the way that they play here this afternoon.
The tap was won by North Ringwood. Flynn inside 50, bouncing footy, trying to concede this one and doing it successfully there. Jake Godwin, minor score for North Ringwood. 1-1-7, Boronia no score, 4 minutes played first term.
Now the pressure is on that. The Saints can have that forward defensive structure in place to keep the ball inside their 50.
Jared Lake to bring the ball back in for the Hawks. Just works out which way his kick was smothered. This is very dangerous. Fell into the arms there of Hare. He got dispossessed of the foot. He goes after it again. Somehow threw it away. Got boot to ball, but eventually the umpire comes in and pays holding the footy. So some really good forward pressure there by the Saints, and they'll have another shot on goal. Aaron Fenton this time.
Yeah, that was really good pressure, and as we alluded to, if you really turn up the heat early on the Boronia defence, you force them to kick down that line, they'll turn the ball over.
So Fenton will kick from 50, starts it out right, he works it back. What a magnificent kick that was. He loved it straight off the boot, straight over the goal umpire's head. That one goes, and the North Ringwood Saints, well, they've jumped out here to a 2-goal lead. Early in the piece, we've gone 5 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and they lead by 2 straight goals.
Haven't really had a clear passage of play, Boronia, at the moment, have they? They haven't been allowed to because of the pressure that the Saints are really extracting, both at stoppage, but also their pressure through their forward line.
Boundary, guys.
Let's go boundary.
They're bringing Aaron Fenton coming back into the side for North Ringwood.
We've just lost you, Brash, but I think you were making the point that coming back in the side, the confidence.
Yeah, absolutely.
Early,
Fenton.
Couple of marks
Playing
inside
forward,
50.
usually he's a midfielder, but obviously first game back from injury.
So the Saints again through the middle. They're going to get the clearance through Flynn. Another inside 50 or towards That man again, Fenton, who takes the mark, who's off to
Kick
a
the
flyer,
goal.
can go from 50. He loads up, puts it towards goal, and it's always right. So it stays for a minor score, but he's looking red hot early. That moves
busy
North
early,
Ringwood
isn't
to 2-1, or it should be 2-14 to Boronia, no score.
Big responsibility here for Boronia to see if they can clear this ball from their defensive part of the ground.
Well, the skipper this time said, I'll take charge of this one, and went for the kicking. So Burgess played on, kicked it out. Van Neunen was in the front spot, couldn't quite take the mark, laid the tackle on Malice, but the Hawks might work themselves out here. Looping handball over the top there by Burgess. Fell into the arms there of Hare, who got strongly tackled by Shepherd a little bit too crudely. So it'll be a free kick to the Hawks. So Nathan Hare.
First real look we get to see Boronia going inside 50.
Just elects to go long, really. It was probably the only real option, but nobody was home. Standing strong was Riley White to take the mark in the back pocket for the Saints, wearing the long sleeves today. So White just hugs the boundary. The wind pushes it to the side. A big fist over the side. Godwin knocks it over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Good defensive kick there.
Decent crowd in here, though. You might not hear too much in the effects, Mike, because it's so bloody cold out there that everyone's just staying nice and warm, and the mouths inside their jackets type styles today. It's all heating up on the field, though. Little tap there by Hannon did okay. Straight into the arms there of Nathan Hare, who got gang tackled and rewarded as well. Maybe a little bit stiff, but the Saints, they're the ones going after it really hard at the moment. Short passes on to Van Neunen if they want to use it. Instead, it is Flynn on the right boot, just goes very long, straight inside forward 50, but nobody was home. And an easy as you like mark has been taken there by Jared Lake, who just short passes on, and the Hawks a chance to repel from inside the defensive 50.
Here's Burgess, who looks to clear it out on the far side. Josh Hannon takes the mark. Big afternoon for him in the ruck as he finds Wex. Centre wing here for the Hawks. Yet to hit the scoreboard at the moment, trailing by 14. 8 minutes gone first term, has the short option back. And the mark's taken by Kieran Edwards.
Just taking a little bit of tempo out of the game at the moment, the Hawks.
And Edwards finds Mellis. That's Jake Mellis. Again, centre wing, moves the ball down to Brasher. They've been able to control the footy here. Right in front of our boundary riders.
Right in front of his uncle.
Brasher and Brasher.
Good point is Brasher now sends the Hawks back into attack. A lot of Saints numbers in this pack. Ball comes out, Flynn wrapped up by Fairchild, and we'll get a ball up. And we'll go down to the score centre for the first time this afternoon, Paul Uconi.
In Premier, Noble Park 2-2-14 to Mitcham 1-1-7. Donny East 2 straight 12 to East Ringwood.
Dara off to Fairchild inside 50. Robertson's in there, couldn't quite control it. Saints have got some numbers around this. It was tapped away, picked up by Mellis, gets past a couple, gets the handball off to Brasher. Brasher off the right boot towards goal. And the Saints should be able to mark that, and they do. Jackson Braunthal takes the mark in defence, and he'll look to clear this one out now for the Saints. They've done well here. Here's Rye Cantwell. One player that we certainly will keep an eye on this afternoon was highlighted by Matt Price in the pre-game. He goes down the line, spoilt from behind by Lake, and the free kick here is going the way of the Saints, so they'll get this through Davidson. Davidson has the short option, goes long towards another target, and they take the mark, and they are in red-hot form the moment, the Saints. They'll go back and have a set shot here for their third goal.
That was just good ball usage, Ryan. He just spotted up his target, exerted the space, kicked it to there, and it was a really clever mark.
Yeah, strong jutes by Patterson.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just what I've noticed is that they've just got more targets, and Boronia haven't quite utilised that today.
Well, here's Luke Patterson to put the Saints third on the board. Just 10 minutes into this third quarter. Patterson comes in, kick on its way. It's just to the right, so a minor score. Let off for the Hawks. 2-3-15 North Ringwood. Boronia no score. Jade being on the boundary.
First up, a couple of matchups down in North Ringwood's forward line. It seems that Jared Lake has gone to Taylor Davidson. Harry Burgess has gone to Luke Patterson. So a couple of big matchups there. We'll see if those develop throughout the day. And that kick was perfect as well, just playing the ground exactly how you need to with conditions like these.
Burgess found Brasher, who's had a few touches in the last few minutes, kicks it out wide. Stretching nicely there was Mitch Mallis, who takes it just inside the paint, just underneath the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, which shows a 15-point lead to North Ringwood, 10.5 into this first term in the Eastland match of the round. As the high kick goes up, it gets caught up in the breeze that time, gets knocked forward. Nicely done though by Shepherd. On the right boot, squeezed to kick out wide. It couldn't quite hit the target. Running through there was Mallis. He was happy to see the paint of the boundary line. Saw O'Donnell take it over and will have a boundary throw in.
Yeah, just took some grass there, which was really important for the Hawks. Just took some of that territory.
Around the grounds?
I'll just finish off those Premier scores. South Croydon 2 straight 12 to Rover 1 straight 6, Blackburn 1-8 to Vermont 3 behinds, and Baldwin 139 to Berwick 1-8.
Well, Brasher took the ball inside 50, but it's once again the Saints driving the ball through the middle of the ground. It's the quickest way home. Goes up towards centre half forward. Stubbs was in there. Goes after it a second time. Got the handball release out wide. Couldn't quite link up with Leach there. Right on his hammer. Out there was Wright. The ball's been kept alive though for the Saints. Squeezing a kick inside forward 50. It bounces over everyone. Almost running onto it there was Braunthal. He'll have another go at it now. He threw the head back looking for the free kick. The umpire will come in and bounce this one. He was quick to call that. It was 40 metres out from the Saints goal line.
Yeah, just going into 50, aren't they?
Right, got the tap down. First involvement from him this afternoon, coming into the senior side. Chasing this one. The Hawks apply the pressure quickly around the grounds. Paul Yukoni.
In Div 1, Murrelbach 3 straight 18 to Bayswater 1 straight 6, Montrose 4-3-27 to Beaconsfield 3-1-19, and Park Orchards 1-1-7 to Norwood, yet to score.
Let's keep those scores coming, Paul.
Fairchild out to Brasher. Max Brasher gets past one, and now a bit of time going forward. Duke in front position, controlled it nicely, got the handball away towards the boundary side. Here's Dower. Dower towards centre half forward. Burgess is there. He's able to take the mark on the chest, looks to play on straight away, got the handball off to Reinders, who goes towards goal. And they're on the board, just a minor score though, to the left of the big sticks. And it's one behind Boronia, 2-3-15 North Ringwood. 13 minutes gone first term. Boundary, Jared Benland.
Just a couple of matchups at the other end of the ground. We have Riley White. He's following Ben Robertson around, so that's a bit of a big job for him. And also, it's Damon Fairchild playing a bit up the ground, but we know he's dangerous, and he's got Lachlan O'Donnell for company.
So it was Waller to bring the ball back in. It went straight over the head of Valacott's head. It came out. Braunthal got the handball away, linking up nicely. Lawrence drives the ball inside forward 50. It's a bouncing football. It's going to go all the way to the forward pocket. Will it stay alive? It will not. And over she goes for a boundary throw-in right near the cricket nets as we go quickly around the grounds again. Paul Yukoni.
In Div 2, Mulgrove 3-4-22 to Waverley Blues, yet to score. Ringwood 4-3-27 to East Burwood, 2 behinds, and Croydon and Templestowe 4 straight 24 apiece.
Thanks very much, Paul. As umpire throws it in, the wind got really a hold of that as Braunthal snaps it around the body. Bouncing football. It will go to the right-hand side. It will go through 4 behind. So that's 6 scoring shots to 1 as we cross the 14-minute mark here in the first term. And it's a 16-point to 1-point game here. So 15 points is the margin with the skipper, Harry Burgess, to bring the ball back into play for the Hawks.
So Burgess look to go back to the other side of the ground here at Quambee Reserve. The mark is taken. Edwards now finds Lake. Again, they've been able to control the footy nicely. As Jared Lake will go down the line on the far wing. Pack of players fly for this one. Spored out of bounds, and we'll get a boundary throw in right in front of Wayne Brasher, who's got the mic ready to go.
Yeah. One thing I've noticed with North Ringwood, right, they've made their intentions felt. They want them to play all costs, and Boronia's back 6. They're pushing too far up the ground and allowing the hole.
Thanks, Brush. As the tap down from Lawrence results in another stoppage unless the umpire comes in and makes a call here. We'll go around the grounds.
In Div 3, the Basin 5-1-31 to Ferntree Gully, yet to score. Donvale 3-2-20 to Sylvan 2-3-15. Knox 3-2-20 to Fair Park 2-2-14. Scoresby 4-2-26 to Coldstream 1-6-12, and Upper Gully 2-3-15 to Oakley District, yet to score.
Just haven't found a target inside their 450 at Boronia.
So the Saints now looking to use the corridor. Off to the races, taking a bounce there. It's Cantwell who goes towards the goal square, but just bouncing through for a minor score. So despite their dominance, they're 2-5-17 to Boronia, 1 behind in the first 15 minutes of this game.
Probably, Ryan, haven't utilised it as well as what they could have. They could easily be 4 or 5 goals up already.
Boundary.
Let's go to Jared Beanland, boundary side.
Matt Price said to look out for that well, and he was the one that was streaming down the corridor.
Just panicked a bit there, I reckon.
Burgess went to Godwin, quickly around the grounds, Paul.
In Div 4, Bull in Templestowe 3-1-19 to Croydon North, Emlock 2 behinds and Kilsyth 2-2-14 to Churnside Park 1 straight 6.
Well, a fast transition through the middle here. Godwin went with the old 1-2, got the handball away to Fairchild, who goes inside forward 50. Robertson came out, the big man, and it was lace out, and he took it on the chest, and he'll go back and have a shot from just inside the 50. He'll kick against the breeze, but a player of his ilk and power, you'd expect him to get the distance here, boys.
Yeah, you would. And that was the fast play that they needed to make, that transition. That was the first time clear passage of play for them, and now it directs in a shot at goal.
It was fast movement of football.
It was,
Geez,
yep.
That was a bit fumbly, those words.
But it was really the
Very
first
good
one,
England
wasn't
there,
it?
wasn't Lee? Robertson comes in now, so Benny sets up. They really do need this one. Comes in, kicks it high, and kicks it very straight. Fantastic goal there against the breeze. That was the best play of the day, and it goes to the Hawks. They finally get a major on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It took them 17 minutes into this first term, but they finally got there. They're now trailing by 10 points, 117 to 2-5-17.
And Blake, against the momentum of play that was too, because North Ringwood had all the running, and then on the back flip of that, they were able to transition the ball, get it down to Robertson, who then could finish the work off. That was really good play by the Hawks.
It was indeed, and that's the first real look we've seen from North Ringwood, Boronia. Just that 1-2 hand pass, and then you find Robertson with a nice finish.
Yep, overlap run.
Back in the middle again, tapped down by Hannon. One here by Mitch Mellis, chasing this footy towards the wing now. He has the short option, who is able to find Rangers. One of the 3 Eastern Rangers boys in for their second game of the season. Inside 50, just over the top of Duke. Burgess picked up, got off to Dower. Dower short kick towards the goal square. Eluded the North Ringwood defender there in white. But they still managed to get this one out of play. Here's Walker. Walker run down. That's holding the ball. Godwin's free kick, who's come alive back in the side this weekend, Jake Godwin.
Yeah, just lack of communication there, just awareness. Just got to talk more in that situation.
So Godwin puts it towards the hot spot. Who's going to fly for this one? Getting a hand to it was Burgess. Out the back, Church. Go off to Duke. Duke goes back to Hare. Hare getting past an opposition to put it on the right boot. Again, back towards the hot spot. Sport from behind by Burgess. Towards the boundary side, picked up by Walker. Walker with the handball over the top as they look to escape now the Saints. The Saints wanting to use that corridor back in towards the middle of the ground. Stubbs was there. Tapped forward by Patterson. They maintain the footy here as they go down towards centre wing. Picked up this time by Rice. Rice back in towards the corridor. And we'll get a ball up.
Some good contested footy there from both sides, wasn't it? Really hard in at it, both sides. It's really heating up this contest.
Lawrence versus Hannon. Hannon got the easy palm down that time, but nobody was there to receive it. Went straight down the throat of Valacott. In fact, it was Harry Flynn, and he gives it back to the umpire. And we'll have a restart.
Good pressure around the ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, this time Lawrence went up early, got it away, but Hannon was there to mop up the pieces, so he did the Rovers' job there. The big ruckman kicked it towards the Robertson direction, couldn't quite take the mark at the fall of the ball. Duke was there, quickly met and quickly brought to ground, and we will have a ball up 40 metres out from goal. 10 points is the margin. It is deep now in the forward line for Boronia. Nice handball there by Shepherd. Got it away. Nicely done by Flynn. Just poked it out towards the wing position where Howie kicked a goal. Flicked it up very nicely. They can use the corridor here because Rice was by himself. It goes over the top of his head. It was a 3-on-1 situation, and the one's going to win out here. The Hawks a real genuine chance to score as they go inside forward 50 towards a half forward line, and the mark has been taken and swung around there by Church, who goes towards the Robertson direction. And you can't leave a big man like that all alone. He was at the top of the goal square, and all he had to do was stick the big Dukes up spider, and he clunked it.
He certainly did, and it was well called by yourself there, BWS, because that transition of play really illustrated what they've been able to do in the last 10 minutes with the overlap run. Once they get that ball moving, they're very hard to stop.
Just even the extra effort and reach to spoil that marker initially that pushed it back into the forward.
Yeah, it was just always going to be a tough ask, wasn't it?
Robertson, he'll come in to kick his second. You can almost mark this down in your Eastern football. Kicks it straight through the middle. 2 goes on the board. 2 in a row now to the Hawks, and they only trail by 4 points after North Ringwood dominating the majority of this first term and having 7 scoring shots to 3. It's only a 4-point game.
Just started off, Boronia. They're definitely using their targets, and which is great to see. And just that vision of link up Robertson just there, and they're definitely on top, I feel, right now. Boronia, North Ringwood, just a little bit quiet at this stage, but of course they've had all the momentum for the last 17 minutes of this game. So
yeah, it just hasn't been a stoppage game in the last 10 minutes. The Hawks have really changed the tempo of the game.
It's just been on their terms, hasn't it, Spider? Yep. It hasn't been on North Ringwood's terms in the last couple of minutes of this quarter.
So 21 and a half minutes gone first term. As you said, just the 4 points in it. North Ringwood leading. Back in the middle again. Hannon to do battle with Begg. Hannon wins out this time. Grabbing it first was Mooney, but he's wrapped up by 2 Hawks. And we'll get a ball up in the middle of the ground here at Quambee Reserve. Great to be back out here. It's been a long time since we've had a broadcast game out at Quambee Reserve. Fairchild with the handball back. And they link up now through Church. Church to send the Hawks inside 50. Was looking for Mellis and Robertson. There's been a free kick awarded, and it is going in the way of Ben Robertson, who
might have been a bit of holding, I think.
Kicked 2 already, and now we'll have a chance to go back and kick goal number 3 and put the Hawks in front.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary.
Yeah, Boronia, what they've done, they've lowered their eyes taking the ball outside the midfield, and they've been able to hit their targets in the forward 50. Robertson's starting to find space, and I think that's really important moving forward.
Yeah, the separation there, Brush, really evident.
So Ben Robertson, probably be his toughest kick of the 3 so far. If he puts this one through, high kick towards the goal. He's put this through, not quite. It was
the goal. He's got it.
He's got it. He's just got it over the head of Riley White for his 3rd of the afternoon, and it puts the Hawks in front for the first time this afternoon. 3-1-19 to North Ringwood 2-5-17.
Yeah, that's umpire was absolutely.
Well, that's what you got to do.
Great position.
Crushed there. Yeah.
I think the thing is they're getting the ball in, as Brush alluded to. They've really lowered their vision when kicking it into the forward line. So that allows him to get that separation, and we know how strong he is, Robertson. He's just such a quality player, class player, and I think the North Ringwood defence, they're trying to squeeze them up the ground a little bit, so that's making things a little bit difficult at the moment.
Good to get you on the board with that one as well there, Ryan.
Yes, yeah, you've had...
I felt like I was hogging it. So kick goes forward, inside forward 50 now for the Saints. They need something. They need an answer because Boronia are all over them at the moment, and they've only played 5 minutes of football. Edwards overran it, picked the ball back up, slammed it on his boot. It bounced through the middle. It'll sit up okay there for Rice, who picks it up and then kicks it long right towards the top of the goal square. Straight through the arms there, though, of Fenton. They've got the numbers, though, the Hawks. Ducking and weaving. Got to get rid of it. Just got the kick away in the nick of time as it drives out towards the caravan out here. And then getting down and taking a good mark there was James Leach, who wants to take off and waste no time. So the Saints go forward once again. The kick goes right to the hot spot, 25 metres out. The ball will bounce away. Getting a fist on it there was Flanagan. They've got the numbers again, though, the Saints. Here's Sizer. Broke one tackle, didn't break the second tackle. The Hawks will take off with this one. Here's Flanagan linking up through the middle. They want to move the ball fast. Hannon linking up with handball. We heard Clarkey say he loves doing this sort of stuff as it comes through the middle now. Still alive, but barging his way through there was Van Unen. Laying support on top of him, Will Vag. And they got the tackle, they got the stoppage, but it's still across the half-forward line for the Hawks.
Needed definitely a big breather out of that one. But how good was that? Just that run and carry. It's almost like hockball, as you can say, because that's what it was. It was kind of like just a turnover there that cost it.
The Saints, they turn it over to wrong position of the ground. Here's Fairchild off the left boot towards the dangerous area. Robertson couldn't quite pick it up that time. The handball from White was cut off. The Hawks have a set shot on goal and put through their 4th. And it was Damon Fairchild who's finished off that one and extending the lead now. 4-1-25 to North Ringwood, 2-5-17. And Fairchild off the one step off the right boot puts through his first of the afternoon.
I think that's 3 goals in 3 minutes, I believe.
Well, just absolute class. But what they've done is they've really broken this game open just through their overlap run and their transition and their connection.
Boundary.
Cross down boundary side to Jared.
There was a time there when both teams were trying to take on the corridor, play Russian roulette, and whoever won the contest got the shot at goal. This time, in the past couple of minutes, it's all been Boronia through the corridor.
Yep.
Ball back in the middle here and a little bit of holding, so the free kick will go the way of the Saints, Harry Flynn. So this time they'll take their time a little bit more as Flynn wants to take off. On the right boot, kicks the ball inside forward 50. It's a 6-on-6 situation there with the Hawks at the numbers once again. Little handball out, but Stubbs was there. Stubbs on the right boot, pushes it across the face and over the boundary line. She goes for a boundary throw-in.
Boundary.
Let's cross back down to Wayne Brasher, who last time we crossed to him, he said what was going wrong with Boronia, and Clarkie's only a few metres away. Next time we speak to him, they're up by a few over a goal. What do you got for us this time, Brash?
The two wingers of Boronia, Godwin and... are really coming to their own, and in this quarter they're starting to provide that link that's driving the ball forward into their forward 50.
Little handball over the top. The Saints are still looming across that half-forward line. Just a look-away handball into no man's land was Flynn. Was scooped upon there by Malice. So now the Hawks will just aim to try and keep the ball very close to the boundary line. Handball over the top, Dower. Dower on the right boot. It's a 3-on-1 situation, but they knocked it down nicely. Ball came out towards right. Out wide they go now to Dower on the right boot. Up towards the half-forward line. The ball needs to sit nicely there for Duke, who tried to pull it in with the one hand. He was wrapped up by Aaron Fenton and will have a ball up.
Boundary.
Let's go down to the boundary with Jared Beanland.
It's also worth noting that the wind has really died down over the past 5-10 minutes.
So here's Van Unen for the Saints. Just got the handball away in time. Stolen here from the Hawks. Going inside 50. Flanagan hits up the target on the siren, but not quite. The siren does beat Duke, who took the mark as we approach now quarter time. It is the Hawks leading 4-1-25 to North Ringwood, 2-5-17. Ben Robertson with 3 goals, Damon Fairchild with 1, and then for North Ringwood, Howie and Fenton with a goal each. As we go to our first break, we'll be back for the second quarter action and hear from one of the coaches with one of our boundary riders. It's the Hawks leading 4-1-25 to the Saints, 2-5-17.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Quambee Reserve, Eastland match of the round. The Hawks leading 4-1-25 to the Saints 2-5-17. Ryan Long with Ben Warren-Smith, Blake Tennant, Matt Spiderlee, Paul Ukonian on the boundary, Jared Beanland and Wayne Brasher. Blake and Spider, we'll start with you. Your thoughts on that term. The Saints dominated the first probably 10 to 15 minutes, but couldn't really convert, and then the Hawks went bang, 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 and have now put themselves in front by 8 points.
Yeah, they did, and they really just haven't got that. Yeah, they really just didn't get bang for buck. North Ringwood, they had so many opportunities. Look, their clearance work and stoppage work in the first 10 to 15 minutes of the quarter was exemplary, but in the end it was Boronia's fight back and their ability to transition the ball with the overlap run and give themselves an opportunity. They lowered their eyes, gave Robertson that space to move into, that separation, took some really strong marks and was rewarded ultimately on the scoreboard. And in the end, we see Boronia with their noses in front at the moment. They're on top in the game. They've arrested the momentum back because they've been able to close down the way, that corridor movement from the Saints. So full marks to the way that the Hawks have been able to tempo their game style, particularly throughout the first quarter.
Absolutely. We got some scores around the grounds as before we hit it from one of the coaches. Paul, what do we got happening around the league at the moment?
Starting in Premier, Noble Park 6-3-39 to Mitcham 1-1-7. Donny East 4-2-26 to East Ringwood 2-1-13. South Croydon 3-3-21 to Roeville 1-1-7. Blackburn 2-4-16 to Vermont 5 behinds, and Baldwin 3-5-23 to Berwick 1-5-11. In Div 1, Bayswater 4 straight 24 to Murrelbach 3-2-20. Montrose 4-7-31 to Beaconsfield 3-2-20.
Keep that score coming, Paul.
Enough from you as we go down to the boundary.
Gentlemen, I've got Matt Price of North Ringwood here. What was the main message at quarter time?
Just able. They were able to run through us a little bit too much there. There wasn't enough pressure on the ball carrier. We're just zoning back too much. Probably thinking the wind was going to do it, and yeah, we let ourselves down that last 5 minutes, and they were able to hit the scoreboard. They score heavily, so we'll have to be careful.
And you had a message to the midfielders in terms of the way they were defending, not pushing up far enough when they were transitioning or dropping back to help out defenders. Do you see that running around?
Yeah, definitely. I know. We just spoke to them about making sure that they get all the way inside forward 50 because Boronia do get back hard and then they outnumber us. We just want to make sure we're accountable in that situation.
And a bit of a change up when it comes to the conditions, the wind now.
Yeah, it's a bit swirly, so we do have it for a bit and then it stops. So you're able to score against it. They were able to do that. They took their chances. We think we can run through this and score at both ends.
Awesome. Thanks, Bryce.
Thanks there to Jared Beanland down with Matt Price. We go back to the score sound.
Sorry, just that last Div 1 score. Park Orchard 7-3-45 to Norwood 1-6.
Boundary.
Let's go down to the boundary. Wayne Brasher.
Yeah, Matt Clark really happy with the response halfway through that first quarter. What he wants them to do is he wants representation around the clearances and the stoppages in the forward line. He wants separation and he wants the players to start running and running through the lines and looking for key forward options. He's noticed that the North Ringwood backs are dropping off and trying to triple team Robertson. So he said there's plenty of opportunities. He said the wind won't do it for you, but he was very happy, especially with that response, and especially the midfield. He said they made the adjustments when they had to without him sending out the instructions. So all good from Boronia's side here.
Yeah, it's really good leadership, isn't it? I mean, when you think about what happens there, but Boronia full marks and
ready to go.
Work to do.
Second term, Ben Warren-Smith.
Great stuff there by our boundary riders, and we've had a restart here in the middle as Begg went up against Joshy Hannon, and both ruckmen hit the deck, so they'll pick themselves up and have another crack at it here. And this time it was Begg got the knockdown. Saints trying to go forward through Van Unen.
Can the Saints now adjust the other way and get some scoreboard momentum?
Yeah, they do need it.
It does feel like the breeze has dropped a bit, but if you look at the trees on the far side, it is absolutely howling. Ball bounces out towards the wing position. Charging through there was Hare. He knocked it back to Malice's direction, back to Hare. On the right boot, just a little short kick. It wasn't far enough. Jamison took it. Then he quickly took off. The umpire paid the mark in the end. The whistle was a little bit too hot, but he squared a kick up to Stanley, who just poked it forward. It was a risky one, taken there by Braunthal. Got the handball away, Rice. They're linking up well here, the Saints. They'll go to the 50. The kick drives forward to the top of the goal square. Oh, near enough, and it's gone through. A fantastic goal there by North Ringwood. Paul Yacconi, you've got your hand up. Do you need to add something to that?
No, it was a great goal there from North Ringwood, and a great turnover there and a great goal.
Brilliant turnover.
That was Howie that kicked that, was it?
Yeah, that was.
That was Mooney.
That was Mooney. Apologies there. Mooney got to the 50, and that just what we were saying about that breeze. It really has died down because he's kicked that one from 50. But Paul, if you're going to stick your hand up, I'm going to throw you right under the bus every single time.
What I will say, it was just a great turnover goal for passage from the Saints. They really worked hard for that.
And it was more Russian roulette through the corridor.
Yeah.
I didn't think that kick was on there. I didn't think that short one in the middle of the corridor wasn't on there.
So Mooney gets one back.
But
it's an important one for North Ringwood as Begg gets the tap down, and they link up again through Rice. Rice towards the half-forward line, bouncing over the top of Jake Godwin's head towards the boundary line. First to get there is Stanley. Stanley got the handball off to Dower. Dower goes back to Hare to Godwin, and the pressure laid by the skipper for North Ringwood in Fenton as we go around the grounds.
In Div 2, Mulgrave 4-6-30 to Waverley Blues 1-2-8, Ringwood 4-3-27 at East Burwood 2-4-16, Surrey Park 6-3-39 to Heathmont 2-3-15.
Begg towards the top of the square. Lake got a fist of it and went straight into the woodwork. And just a minor score. North Ringwood now 3-6-24 to Boronia, 4-1-25, 2.5 minutes gone second term.
And Templestowe 6-2-38 to Croydon 6-36.
Oh, shootout.
So Burgess to bring the ball back in. The skipper for the Hawks. The general takes charge. Runs out to the far side. The kick goes out towards the wing position. Van Unen hit the deck. He was in there also with Malice. So the Saints have the numbers at the fall of ball. Players across centre half forward if he wants to use them. That went too far in the end. A big fly by Sizer over the back at the fall of ball. Dower was there who laid a tackle. Umpire said it was okay, and we'll have a ball up just inside the centre square. Centre half forward here for the North Ringwood side. Saw them jump out of the blocks in the first term, and it looks like they're doing just the same thing. Begg straight out of the ruck contest, kicked it towards the forward pocket. Bouncing football, bouncing away from Burgess, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in right in front of a couple of North Ringwood fans.
Boundary guys.
Enjoying a lovely can on this cold day. Wayne Brasher, boundary side.
Yeah, look, I think this game is going to have a lot of ebbs and flows and changes in momentum in the afternoon, I reckon.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, Brash. First goal was key, I reckon, for this one.
High throws it in that time. A little knockdown came from Davidson, but the Hawks are just going to work themselves out of that old phone booth style there as a little chip kick came over the top there. Looking for Duke. It went over his head. Did it just touch the paint? The boundary umpire was a long, long way away.
Aidan Begg thought it was on the full.
Yeah, it might have just touched it, but boundary umpires wiping a bit of sweat away, just charging after that one. We'll have a boundary throw in almost on the wing here.
So we're about 70 out from the Saints goals. 1 point in it here. Begg in front position, grabs it out of the ruck and wrapped up straight away by Hannon. Will get a stoppage.
He's doing okay, Begg, in the ruck.
Definitely.
So we'll get the ball up. Begg versus Hannon. Hannon this time gets a tap down. Here's the numbers for the Saints. Rice inside 50 towards the top of the square. Bouncing footy out the back is Burgess, who should get there first. He's happy to concede. No, he'll handball across and over the boundary line. And we'll get a boundary thrown.
It was. I'm just trying. That was Unco.
Well, it looked like it.
Well, he sort of was in two minds, wasn't he, BWS? He didn't know what he wanted to do, but in the end, he got a result out boundary. I think he wanted a point.
Or boundary throw in. Brasher got off to Mellis, back to Burgess. Burgess out of defence, was looking for Duke. Spalled back inside 50. Dangerous position. The Saints might earn themselves a free kick here, and it will be going the way of Jackson Braunthal, who will be in range for a set shot from here.
A professional free kick. He played for that and won the football.
So won't be much of an angle. Be kicking from 40 out. Long run up here is making his way almost to the...
He's in the centre circle.
This is Brett Lee-esque, isn't it? He's not touching the side screen.
So Jackson Braunthal,
He's a cricketer, Spider.
as Braunthal will line up to put the Saints back in front. The Quambee Reserve for the second of the quarter for the Saints. It might fall short on almost taking the grab there. Mellis now at front position, got the handball away. And they link up again through Edwards. Edwards out of defence towards the boundary side. Punch from behind by Cantwell. Burgess happy to see it across the line.
1 point margin out here to the Boronia Hawks for 125 to 3-6-24 North Ringwood. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast this afternoon on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook, including out across the north to the Montmorency, where a good friend of mine, Dylan, is watching today's broadcast. A very big Montmorency man and Northern football follower, but he switched leagues today to watch the best of the best in Division 1 as the kick goes up towards the centre circle, where the mark's been taken by Fenton, who had a really good first term. He ducks around on the right boot, goes inside forward 50. The ball sits up nicely there, and there's a free kick being paid. Sizer came in for late. The umpires paid a free kick going the way of the skipper in Harry Burgess, who went short, and they've got numbers. The big man Hanlon in the middle goes straight down the guts here, bouncing football. It'll go over all players. The Saints have the numbers at the back there. Nicely done there by Shepherd. Got the handball away. Now the kick goes out towards the wing position, and it sits up and right in front of the brethren here. They'll use that side if the ball can hit the target. It went straight over the head there of Braunthal's head. That was disappointing, and now they'll go up towards centre half forward. It's almost a little bit like kick to kick at Quambee here at the moment as Walker goes backwards. They've got to work themselves out, size it up and hit a target, and the kick goes down the wing position. It was a 2-on-1 situation, made really hard there. Dower got the handball over the top. They'll link up here. Charging through there was Chapman. He was looking for the handball from Malice that was ignored. Got the handball to Jamison. Jamison on the right boot just poked it forward and poked it perfectly. And the mark has been taken about 45 metres out from goal. They'll go back and have a shot here to cement their lead by 7 points if it can go through as a major. But the mark's been taken by Miles Reinders, who had a few touches in this first half.
Just noticed as well there were 7 North Ringwood defenders out there, and obviously found the Boronia player there. But geez, there was a bit of a continuing flow there. Back to you, BWS. Sorry.
Yeah. Reinders comes in now. The lights are on out here at Quambee. He goes for goal, and that is an absolute perfect kick. He weighted it magnificently and gave the two-finger salute too to the crowd, who might have been giving a few Bronx cheers. He enjoyed that celebration. Boronia enjoy their lead of 7 points. 8 minutes gone here in the second quarter in the Eastland match of the round. Boronia 5-1-31, North Ringwood 3-6-24.
But it's the difference, isn't it, Blake? When you hold your position and then you lift your vision and lower your eyes, kick it into a target, that's the result, and you give you opportunity for your forwards to score.
Boundary. Yeah. Yeah, Spider, you're absolutely right there. And it was the ball in the hands of Malice and Jamison. After a couple of disappointing entries by Boronia, they were able to get it back, and that passage of play with Malice and Jamison ended up scoring big for them.
So margin back out to 7 points. Begg versus Hannon in the middle. Hannon got the tap down. Ball comes out to Sizer. Sizer to Rice. Under a bit of pressure here. Just got the handball away in time to Cantwell. Passes it in front of Sizer, who picks it up nicely on the second bounce. Off the left boot, bit of a dribble inside 50. Bit of work to do here. Got it off to Flynn. Sells the candy and puts on the right boot. And misses. That's a golden opportunity miss. Let's go around the grounds. Paul Uconi.
In Div 3, the Basin 9-5-59 to Ferntree Gully yet to score. Donvale 5-4-34 to Sylvan 2-3-15. Knox 4-3-27 to Fair Park 2-6-18. Scoresby 10-8-68 to Coldstream 1-7-13, and Upper Gully 4-5-29 to Oakley District 2-3-15.
Huge let off there. Flynn should have put that one through. It was only 15 metres out, but they'll get another chance here. The Saints, as it lingers around that half-forward line for them, a bit of pressure there on Stanley. Got the handball away. That was okay. Ball in the middle of the ground. It was sit up there for Jamison, but he was intercepted, and now the Saints got straight through the arms there of Mooney, who got dispossessed of the football. Holding the ball it is. The kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Charging through there was O'Donnell. He intercepted it. Got the handball away. Shepherd was in there as well. There's a lot of pressure on the half-forward line for Fairchild. Can he pick the ball up? He tapped it to his teammates' advantage. The kick goes inside forward 50. It sits up in the breeze. A bit of holding going on. Kieran Edwards will be the recipient of it. It was ticking Touchwood at best, and it was a 2-on-1 situation. It was unnecessary, but by the letter of the law, it was there.
Yeah, it's the old sucker game, isn't it? He just sucked him into the contact, and he and drew the free kick.
Hasn't had the greatest couple minutes, Harry Flynn. He's missed a sitter, and now he's gave away a team a free kick at the moment.
Actually, that's a shot on goal, guys, for perseverance, I reckon.
It was, yeah.
So Kieran Edwards comes in, really should kick this, but not kick it out of bounds on the full. So it's big a shocker as you can get. And I tell you what, that's the loudest we've heard the crowd cheer all day.
That's North Ringwood for you, BWS.
What are you trying to say there, Blake?
Nothing.
We'll go around the grounds, Paul Yaconi.
In Div 4, Bulleen Templestowe 5-6-36 to Croydon North Hemlock 1-3-9, Kilsyth 3-3-21 to Churnside Park 2-6-18, and Whitehorse 7-4-46 to Forest Hill 1-1-7.
So thanks, Paul, as the ball goes out towards that far side. That's how powerful the wind is. The camera is shaking as the ball goes out of bounds.
I hope Megan's got chained up there.
I actually have a snatch strap tied down the bottom of the camera, so as long as she holds onto the camera, she'll be right.
Oh, there you go.
The issue is going to be if it rains later, we have to put a cover on it, and it's basically like a big shade sail. She may go paragliding.
Oh dear.
So the boundary throw in, Flynn's handball cut off by Mellis. Hannon tapping it forward to Burgess. Burgess goes back to Jake Mellis, who sends it towards the half-forward line. Saints with some numbers, but unable to pick it up cleanly until they do. The handball into space. Still not out of trouble just yet. They work it towards us centre wing. Now they're out. Here's Sizell. Got a Paddock in front of him. Can take a couple of bounces. He does. Has a bit of time to put on the left boot towards centre half forward. The kick almost hit up Stubbs. Was able to control it. Got the handball over the top to Braunthal. Braunthal out to the skipper in Fenton. Fenton towards the top of the square. Out the back. Van Noonan went the don't argue. Lost the footy in the process. And the ball goes out of bounds in the pocket here for North Ringwood. Trailing by a goal. It's 3-7 to 5-1. 12 and a half minutes gone.
Just going into the pockets a bit here, North Ringwood. You know, that one was probably, too far into that pocket there.
Yeah.
Should have gone to the centre.
It seemed a bit odd that he put on the don't argue. He could have just done a bit of a curly around the corner.
So ball brought back into play. Off the right boot there was Edwards. Looking to clear this one out for the Hawks. Saints with all the numbers. Campwell off 1 foot. Sends a long kick towards the top of the square. It's to the left. There's a mark taken just about. It's been paid. And it's Lawrence.
No, it wasn't paid.
He hasn't paid.
No.
No way.
We'll have a look on the replay if you're watching on from EFNL YouTube and Facebook. And that was Lawrence in a pretty good position. Came off the hands of Lake.
Yeah, touch.
So
No way, that's a mark.
That's touch. I'm sorry, BWS.
So play
about
still
10
live
blokes
here.
hands on that.
Stubbs handballing it backwards. Selling the candy. And the Saints still in possession of the football. Now chance of Leach. Leach towards goals. Can level things up for the Saints. 4-7-31 to Boronia. 5-1-31. 13 and a half minutes gone second term.
Well, we talk about a goal about perseverance. That was one because they had to come and do it the second and the third time. Like there was the re-entry, then there was the out, and then there was the re-entry again. So they finally got it, but it took some time. But at times they do go a little bit wide, the Saints. If they went a little bit more direct to the top of the square, they're probably going to get a little bit more of a better result.
Early clubhouse leader for the Tobin brothers goal of the day. Great goal there by James Leach to sell a bit of candy around two players after his teammate was robbed of a mark in the goal square down there.
You would make a terrible forensic. There was 10 guys DNA on that footy.
The first two bites were
yeah, but he was on the ground, and then the next hands.
Well, let's just see. How much control did he have?
Boundary guys.
Yeah, he had none of it.
Here we go.
I reckon both sides have lost their structure in the middle a little bit, and this is what's causing a lot of congestion.
Yep. Thanks very much for bringing some structure back into the call, Brash, as it comes out now. Edwards bouncing football out wide, looking for Wright, but Wright could only do wrong, and over the boundary line it goes for a boundary throw-in. One of your mates out there, Ryan Long.
Who's that? Oh,
Braden Wright.
Oh, Righty.
Yes.
First game back in.
Good to see.
Umpire throws it in over the back there of Hanlon. Linked up well there with Edwards. Got it a further afield. Bouncing football. Who's going to win this foot race? It went through all players. Nicely done there by Reinders, who came in hard there was Braunthal, who's been very lively for the Saints. I've been impressed with his game so far, Braunthal.
Yeah, he's been good.
A lot of players in the North Ringwood side wearing the long sleeves today.
Oh, he's Charlie Haley's brother.
As the kick goes out, Waller. Oh, straight down the throat there of Duke. Can Dukey kick one? The Dukey dasher! You little beauty swings around on the right boot, and they get the lead back here, the Boronia Hawks. They are kicking straight, 6-1 37 to 4-7 31. Fantastic goal there by Duke.
It was brilliant.
Duke.
That's that efficiency. When they go in, they score, and that's the big thing at the moment. They're just struggling to cope, the defence of the Saints at the moment, to keep that ball out. And the Hawks forward line really nice and open at the moment.
They definitely look more settled than North Ringwood, like the use of how the ball and the entries are getting in there. They're definitely using their targets, and midfield is doing really well there for
Well, it's just the way the ball's going in. It's functioning a lot better, whereas the Saints having to work a lot harder.
Well, here's a good look at Wright going up against BWS. And again, long sleeves as well. He always plays in long sleeves, does Braden Wright.
Yeah,
Begg with the tap down this time as Rice to Cantwell. Can take a bounce. Got a bit of speed on him. Inside 50. Beautiful kick. And hits up Luke Patterson on the chest.
That was great vision.
He made that look easy, Cantwell, didn't he?
He did. He's very talented, and that was just a brilliant passage of play.
Playing off the half back, I see. So really good there.
Yeah, the kick was perfect. And now Patterson can go back and level things up again.
Promised a lot, didn't he, at the start of the game, Matty Price?
Got to the best players last week, of course, Pato. So
had a big afternoon against South Belgrave. Looking for his first of the afternoon. Patterson lines up and has put it through the middle. No mistake. Scores level again. 5-7 37 to 6-1 37.
Yeah, just a great passage of play. And as it was alluded to, it's just that the ability of the Saints, when they have the opportunity to get that clearance, they do look good. But on the counter to that, when they are forced a bit, it's wider, they are then under pressure. But on that occasion, they get the ball in and they can get the entry and they can give them a chance to score.
Well, the game's shaping up to all the heights that we've had all week to get out here to Quambee to see. Scores are level. It's exactly how we like it in the Eastland match of the round out here at Quambee Reserve today. Hope you are enjoying it. We certainly are. A bit of shepherding in the ruck. Wright gave away the free kick that time. So, Lawrence tried to get the quick handball away to the runner Flynn, but I said you've got to go back over your mark, young fella. So Lawrence once again looking for a link-up handball. He got it in the way of William Waller. Inside forward 50 or thereabouts he goes, but it fell short. Mitch Mallis takes the mark for the Hawks. Short options on. Near side. Said he's going to handball over the top. It was risky business there, but Fairchild was up to the challenge. Took the handball and then kicked it straight up towards centre half forward. Beautifully done there by O'Donnell. Got the handball away. The kick goes out towards Lawrence, who got crunched in the contest. Hare was there at the fall of the ball. Braunthal got the handball back. He might go for the receive again, but Vag got it back to Braunthal. Ducked around, did really well. Squeezed a kick up towards the half-forward line over the top of his teammate there in Cantwell, but scooped upon there by Mallis, who thumped it on his boot. Out wide, it came out towards Edwards. Ducked around, and then was crunched in a tackle. What a fantastic chase down that was. He was off. He thought he was clear there, Edwards. What a fantastic run and chase there by Valacott. And that's a team-lifting one if ever you've seen it. If they kick a goal from this, they'll be all going and rewarding him.
That's one of the tackles of the season. You have to say one of that I've seen this year.
Definitely.
It was good to see, he sold the candy in the first place, and that looked like it was going to work. And then it just didn't.
Yeah. Brasher will send them back into attack once again. Was looking for Robertson. Duke, front and centre. Put it on the left boot.
I'll tell you what.
Missed just to the left.
Not
a bad attempt.
What are you going to tell us, Ben?
6-2, 38 to 5-7, 37. The Hawks leading, coming up to the 20th minute mark of this second term.
Holy dolly, listen to that breeze.
Oh, should have heard the one during pre-game, BWS.
So the Saints, Cantwell. Well, after a classy bit of play, he put his teammates under a fair bit of pressure there. Kick goes up towards the wing position now. This might work out okay. as Braunthal, who I think is best on ground so far, kicks the ball up towards the half-forward line for the Saints. Fenton came out, took the mark. The one sleeve. Not looking to rush it. Just pops it up, really. Inside forward 50. Van Unen was there. Good jukes and eyes only for the football. So Jaden will come back.
Good weighted kick, wasn't it?
It was perfect. And Van Unen don't waste no time. And the kick had to be perfect from him. And Valakot, the man with the perfect chase down the other end, has run all the way inside forward 50 and taken a ripper mark. And will have a shot for goal 45 out directly in front.
Boundary.
Yeah. Wasn't a fast play, was it, there? Just they tempered the movement, but they're going to get rewarded on the scoreboard.
Let's go to Brash boundary side.
If Ellicott kicks this, it's a 12-point turnaround.
That's what I was...
Well, I said if they kick a goal after this, they should be getting to him anyway, but he's the player now having a shot for goal. So Valakot comes in, starts it high, he kicks it across the face. It just faded at the last moment.
I think it was the wind really pulled that away.
But it was just a good passage of play. Just they weighted the kick, but they then tempered their movement. It was real impressive.
Around the grounds, Paul Yukoni.
In Premier, Noble Park 9-4-58 to Mitcham 3-1-19. Donny East 4-5-29 to East Ringwood 3-2-20. South Croydon 4-4-28 to Roeville 2-6-18. Blackburn 6-8-44 to Vermont 4-7-31 and Bowen 4-7-31 to Berwick 3-6-24.
So Lake with a long kick inside 50. This resulted in a stoppage here for the Hawks. 21 and a half minutes gone, second term. All tied up, 38 apiece. Duke hammered it forward. Saints with some numbers, trying to clear this one. Out of trouble. Vellicott again, got the hands away to Fenton. Fenton off to Braunthal. Braunthal off right boot. Finds a target. That's a great kick. He's been able to hit up his man who passes off straight away to Rice. Rice off the right boot towards the top of the square. Everyone flies to this one. Beg out the back.
Oh,
Missed to the
just
left.
Rushed it a bit there.
Boundary. Looked dangerous there. 5-9-39 North Ringwood. 6-2-38 Boronia down to the boundary.
It was the right option.
It was Fenton, Braunthal and Rice with the disposals that counted in that passage of play. I just think they really need to finding those sorts of players. Otherwise, as Blake pointed out, they're just putting it into the pocket. Their entries are a little bit pedestrian, but that wasn't too bad.
Well, they've got a 1-point lead, the Saints, as Lake went straight down the guts and hit up his target there in Dower, who wants to go out wide now. Not the worst option there. And sorry, Lake goes out wide now, and he finds his teammate in Josh Hannon. So a couple of big men working together. 23 gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 1-point lead to North Ringwood. What a game it is at the moment. It goes over the back of the pack there. Waller got the handball away. Guess who? Braunthal on the left boot, keeps it alive and just hitting another target. Doing so well as the handball there from Mooney. Back to Braunthal. Kicks up towards the wing position right next to our boundary riders. Charging through there with Stubbs. Little handball over the top. They're trying to keep the ball alive, but it was chopped off nicely there by Stanley, who got it inboard. Van Unen came in just to help out and chop it off. Somehow got boot to ball. The umpire said it was okay. Fenton ducked and weaved, got the handball out. It's right near that Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It eventually goes out. The paint wins, and Paul Yukoni has the mark.
In Div 1, Bayswater 6-2-38 to Murrelbach 5-3-33. Park Orchards 10-7-67 to Norwood 2-1-13 and Montrose 7-7-49 to Beaky 5-4-34.
Thank you, Paul. It's a smart tap from Brash off the Dower. Run down. It's called to play on. Inside 50 again. The Hawks go over the top of the Duke and fell into the hands of William Waller for the Saints, who immediately looks to play on to Cantwell.
Keep those scores coming, Paul. Good
Enough
stuff.
from you, Blake, as Cantwell goes down the line. The mark is taken out the back. Patterson got the handball away. And they still maintain possession of the football as they go inside 50. Bouncing footy out the back. Who's there? Burgess is there. Mellis for the Hawks. Wrapped up this time by Flynn. And we'll get a ball up inside 50.
He's the link-up man, Cantwell at the moment, really setting up, looking dangerous. Patterson on the end of it. When they get it, and then guys like Rice are involved, they're looking prominent.
He's doing well with the half-back.
1 point in it in this game. Here's Brasher off to Mellis. We've heard that a few times. Can take a bounce. Handball off to Flanagan. Flanagan at the half-back line. Got the handball away this time as they go through Chapman. Also involved there, Jamison, a couple of their younger players getting involved off to Burgess, spoiling it into space. Who's going to run onto this first? It's O'Donnell for the Saints. Handballed it backwards. They've got some numbers. Picking up this one is Vag. Vag using the ball nicely and spoiled from Dower out of bounds as we go around the grounds.
In Div 2, Mulgrave 4-9-33 to Waverley Blues 2-4-16. Ringwood 4-3-27 to East Burwood 3-5-23. Surrey Park 8-4-52 to Heathmont 3-5-23. And Tempe 8-2-50 to Croydon 7 straight 42.
Came out, Braunthal got the handball backwards. And now they'll work themselves through the middle of the ground. Little handball over the top. The Saints do have the numbers, and the kick goes out towards the wing position. Bouncing football now. Went over the top there of Valacott's head. Bounced backwards towards the direction of Walker. He had some teammates supporting O'Donnell. Got it over to Braunthal. Over towards the wing position here, and the mark's been taken out wide by Flynn, who wants to waste no time. Drives the ball low inside forward 50. A free kick's been given away here because Patterson hit the deck. And the umpire has paid it against the Hawks, and Patterson will have a shot on goal about 35 out.
Maybe a jab? Not sure.
I honestly think he tripped over.
Yeah, push. Yeah, push.
Yeah, no,
push
I reckon
by
it
leg.
still looked more like a trip, like Jared just said.
No, I think it was a push. I'm going with that.
He's limping. Like he clipped his foot.
It's almost like he did a mini roll of the ankle. He's just hit a bad bit of ground and he's just crumbled on it. So it looked like a trip, but he might have got a shove, which the umpire was right there to see beforehand. So Patterson will come in. They lead currently by 1 point, the Saints. He's kicked one in this term. He goes for his second, kicks it right across the face of goal. Van Noonan almost pulled it in with the one hand. He lost the pill. Hannon came out, kicked the ball away, and a free kick has been paid to the Saints, has it?
I think that's back to Van Noonan because he was still being held after that play and he got pulled back down.
Well, not too sure about that one, but if you're a North Ringwood fan, you'll be very happy.
You're going to take it, aren't you?
That one of the favourite sons, Jaden Van Noonan.
Oh, definitely.
Who's played a lot of football here at North Ringwood, been a superstar of this football club, setting himself up for the quick snap, which he can't do now. And the umpire said he was off, did he?
No. He's just called.
I'm like, in that split second, he's called him off for stepping off his line. So, change of approach here. Saints lead by 1 point. Van Noonan comes in. Van Noonan misses. Doubles their margin, though. 2 point margin out here at Quambee Reserve.
If you look back, he was spending so much time trying to figure out which way he wanted to hold the ball. He probably could have gone and done it.
Well, I hope you're enjoying the broadcast today on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. It's a 2 point lead to North Ringwood. 3 goals on the board for Big Ben Robertson, who kicked them all in the first term. The rest are singles. No multiple goal kickers for the North Ringwood Saints. We're down for one half. It's time to go and get a Quambee burger. They're one of the best in the league, although you might have to access your super to go get one. But we'll be back with the halftime show.
They were a little bit more expensive than we expected.
Right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round in the EFNL. This is a Division 1 clash between North Ringwood and Boronia. We are coming live to you from Quambee Reserve in North Ringwood. My name is Jared Beanland, and joining with me for this half-time show is Wayne Brasher and Matt Spiderley. Just quickly, the scores. North Ringwood 5-10-40 to Boronia 6-2-38. So a narrow margin. Gentlemen, I'll start with my fellow boundary rider for the day, Wayne Brasher. How have you seen this contest? What is the difference between the two teams, and what can we see for the second half?
Well, interestingly enough, Jared, you look at the score, 5 goals, 10-6-2, and on face value, you'd say that North Ringwood have dominated the contest and have right, and should be further in front. But I don't think that's necessarily true. I feel that Boronia, right, have been able to get the game on their terms, right, but I sort of feel like there's a lot of momentum shifts in this game. It's like both sides are getting 5 or 6 good minutes at it, and it's just a matter of who's going to take advantage of the scoring. The other thing I've noticed too, both sides, when they get their running game going, they're equally as good as each other. But it's just coming down sometimes that one handball too many, which leads to the bounce of the ball going in the opposite direction. And when you've overcommitted, then that means that's what's going to create the turnover, Jared.
Absolutely. And Spider, of course, we've seen a lot of contests throughout the corridor that could go either way in each of the contests, where whichever team puts the pressure on or whichever team misses a handball, and then the defences just sort of need to be set up properly behind the ball to be able to defend that, and that could end up being the point of difference potentially.
Yeah, absolutely, Jared. I think what we're really recognising is there's a contrast between the two teams, the way that defences are actually playing. Obviously, when Boronia are trying to defend, they want to run, gun, go through the corridor with some speed, with handball, whereas when North Ringwood are defending and they have that intercept mark, they're looking to move the ball a little bit slower, then a little bit more unpredictable, take a little bit of pace off the game, and then they've hit up a couple of targets, which we saw late in the second term where we were able to get a couple of entries into their 50 to allow some shots at goal. When Boronia go in, they're just clean entries. They're just absolute clean entries, and the efficiency from them has been just so perfect. So I think that is probably the difference in contrast, and the turnover game has been so evident too. A couple of times North Ringwood have been hurt on the turnover.
Actually, there's probably 4 players I think will decide the game this afternoon. Malice and Brasher, and Brasher in the midfield, Boronia, and Brauntel and Cantwell for North Ringwood.
Well, Cantwell's been terrific.
No, he's had a ripping game. I've got him in my best 2 at the moment.
I think he's probably the best player on the ground.
Him and Brauntel, and I think Matt Clark might have to put a little bit of work into Brauntel in the second half, because I think he's finding too much space, and Boronia can't afford that, because once he gets the ball, he's able to pinpoint the pass and he's hitting his targets as he's going through the motion, Spider.
Yeah, exactly. And we talked about it pre-game about being the contested ball game, and it's not letting us down. I mean, this is the thing, and we know that Matt Price likes to play a little bit of a stoppage game, so he's not afraid to take a little bit of heat out of the game at times as well, and that's what they've been good at. But you got it on the flip side of that, Boronia, when they've had their chance to switch the ball, move the ball, generate that transition game, they've really been able to take the pressure off.
And Jared, I was just going to ask you, I thought that I thought the tackling pressure of North Ringwood was very evident in the first half.
Yep. Yeah.
Normally, in the North Ringwood of old would have given up on the first attempt. Not now. They're right on the contest. They missed the first tackle. Right, another player is following up.
Yes.
Don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's not just intent or willing for the contest. That's also concentration and just knowing where you need to be and being able to read the play in those really tight situations. I think that's something that's really impressed me with North Ringwood, with ball in hand as well. It's just the mercurial ability of some of those players to know exactly where their teammates are going to be and find the running player also. And something that Boronia just needs to shut down a little bit. They've been able to at times throughout the game. Of course, it's been very close, but if it's North Ringwood to win the game, then it's going to be through those contest situations and through those. We talked about Bronthal and Cantwell as well,
and a guy like Rice as well,
Rice,
who,
always.
if he gets his hand on the ball, but also if they can get that, Fenton can have an impact on this game in the second half. That gives them a massive opportunity. And Begg's doing a really good job. He's very competitive against Hannon in the ruck. I think that's a really good duel at the moment.
Yep. The other thing too is both forward lines have to play a different game style depending on the end they're kicking. I think when they're kicking to the far end, they need to keep the ball lower because the wind's obviously having an effect. But when you're going down towards the scoreboard end, the pavilion end, you can afford to be a little bit more aggressive and kick the ball in the air.
Well, and deeper as well.
Yeah, and that gives you a bit more penetration. Yep. Whereas if you're going to play that bottom end, you need to run the ball a lot more into that forward 50 so that you take the wind or the negation of wind out of play.
Yeah, correct.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. I'm not sure if we have any scores at the moment.
No, I'm not sure either.
Paul's on break for now. So tips for the rest of the game. It's a fascinating contest to try and predict. The scoreboard does tell us that North Ringwood have, had the more shots on goal. However, Boronia just that little bit more efficient. I think at the end of the day, for mine, I think Boronia just have a few more players capable of moving the ball with precision as opposed to North Ringwood, who need to continue to find their bigger names. So for my tip, I think it will be Boronia in the end, but I would not be surprised if the Saints go up.
Look, on the balance of power at the moment, you feel like Boronia have got their nose slightly in front in terms of the contest, but North Ringwood, they are in for this fight. You can tell if they can get the game back on their terms during this quarter, there's no reason why they can't win this game. I think they're really, putting up a really good performance.
I'm sticking with Boronia, but I don't think the result's going to be known till later on in the game because I don't see. I can see that there'll be both sides are going to get a shot at the title in the second half, where they'll take the ascendancy and one of them might get a 3 or 4 goal break.
Well, the thing is this, like North Ringwood can't afford to kick 2 goals 5. They have to kick 5 goals 2.
No.
Let's say.
And that's what I'm saying. It's all going to depend on what both these sides do when they get that final momentum shift. And like you said, they can't afford to kick 2-5 and then Boronia kick 5-2 because then all of a sudden, 20 minutes into the last quarter, the game's out of either side's reach if they're 20 points down.
Yeah, absolutely. No, looking forward to the second half. Should be an absolute ripper.
Yep.
Indeed. And we'll be back for that second half after this break. It's North Ringwood 40, Boronia 38. Be back after this.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Boronia Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, and welcome back out to Quambee Reserve for the Eastland Match of the Round. It's Division 1 football out here today, and what a game we have on hand. It is the North Ringwood Saints leading by 2 points at half-time, 5-10-40 to 6-2-38. A fantastic game so far where different patches have been owned by both sides, with North Ringwood jumping out of the blocks in that first term and really dominating the first 15 to 20 minutes of the game before Boronia found themselves in front at quarter time, and then it was goal for goal. Not that there were many kicked in that second term, but, you know, goal for goal, point for point, and it stayed very close right to the end with Jaden Van Neunen, who played his 200th game only a couple of weeks ago for the Saints. I was just having a chat to his old man out there at halftime, a very proud Doncaster East man, and a little bit bittersweet that one of his sons plays out here at North Ringwood, but he loves being part of both the clubs out here, and he's a great man as well. Dallas says both sides make their way back out onto the field. They're in their huddles, and how do we see this one playing out, Ryan?
It's a very interesting one because I think both sides in different stages of the game have had it on their own terms, and particularly when Boronia get their running game going, we've seen them use the corridor, their transition. You look at Mellis, Brasher, these guys, Jake Mellis as well, who's been pretty impressive. They just rack up the disposals, and particularly in these centre clearances. But then you've got some players in North Ringwood who have really stood out. Cantwell's had a fantastic game so far. He was one that Matt Price highlighted and said one to keep an eye on. He's having a pretty impressive game so far. And then the ruck battle is a really fascinating one too, particularly with Begg and Hannon, two of the best in the competition. And we'll see how it goes. Obviously, Hannon's doing majority of the ruck duties. No Luke Hannon to back him up, and no Collins as well. So it's Braden Wright who's come in as the guy to probably fill in from time to time, but he does give up. He's certainly going to be up against it when you are going up against Aiden Begg. So we'll see how that all plays out in the second half. But both sides are in a very winnable position as Blake Tennant joins us again. Great to have you back on.
Yes.
What was that phone call all about?
just a phone call, mate. So,
what was it about?
He's back on to play.
It sounded you announced it to the world.
He's back on to play his third.
Made sure everyone knew he's got a phone call.
Yeah, just had a phone call. Nothing nothing.
Business or personal?
No, it's a bit business.
Josh
yeah.
Ward's been in contact.
Yes,
I heard he had direct line to Airsy's halftime speech. He dialed in.
No, it's just a phone call.
Umpire holds the ball aloft, and we are underway here in the third term as Begg knocked it backwards straight into the arms there of Rice. Tried to paddle at advantage, and a free kick's been given away by Dower as Malice was running into an open goal almost. So ball comes back into the middle here. Free kick going the way of the Saints. Holding a 2-point margin here. Expect this game to go right down to the wire as Harry Flynn on the right boot kicks it up towards the half-forward line. Charging through there and trying to break his way through in a strong way was Jake Godwin, but he would crash to the ground. And
Boundary guys.
let's cross down to Wayne Brusher.
I reckon Braden Wright's going to have to play a very important 10-15 minutes in this quarter to give Luke Hannon a chop out, because I think he's going to be needed a lot in the dying stages of the third and all of the last quarter.
Jamison got a chop of the arms as the kick goes out wide to Duke, who kicked a fantastic goal in that second term. Brasher was out on a strong lead, took it on the chest. So they're making their way forward here. Brasher just poked it up really in the end. It wasn't a great kick, and the easiest of marks been taken by William Waller.
He's been okay.
One of your favourites.
William Waller. It's one of those names you just got to say both of them. You just got to do it.
Every time you say it, I keep thinking you're going to say William Wallace.
Something like that. bit of freedom, something like that. There's a scrambling kick by the Saints, goes down the wing position, but they do have the numbers and they've got the time as well. Kick goes inside forward 50, but nobody's home. It's a bouncing football right to the last line, and Jared Lake was happy that ball bounced left and went through for a minor score.
Had two plays there. I know.
Well, they dodged the bullet, Boronia, because both of them overran the ball.
Yeah.
Go to Paul Yaconi on the score centre.
In Premier Division, Noble Park 11-5-71 to Mitcham 3-1-19. Donny East 4-5-29 to East Ringwood 4-2-26. South Croydon 5-5-35 to Groville 2-8-20. Blackburn 7-8-50 to Vermont 4-8-32 and Bolwyn 6-9-45 to Berwick 4-6-30.
Right in front of us, Millis cops one high, looked to play on straight away. It's going to come back. No advantage, so Mitch Millis.
Had a lot of the footy today, and definitely a lot of linking handballs.
He's been good.
Averages over 30 disposals a game. I'll say he'd be able to finish over 30 this afternoon as well, as he finds Max Brasher, who's not far behind him. You say one, you say the other. As Brasher got off to Flanagan, who runs past. Now inside 50 again. Saints got some numbers in front position. Aidan Begg takes the mark. And Begg chips it backwards towards full back. William Waller again. Looks to now switch it on towards the far side here for the Saints. Out in front of Cantwell, as well as Leach. Leach got the handball across. It'll end up in the hands of Cantwell from a smart tap. Takes on an opponent, gets it inbound under a lot of pressure. Run down Fenton by Mellis.
He's got the. He's taken off the long sleeves, Cantwell.
And in fact, that was Mellis who ran down the tackle. We'll go to the score centre in just a moment as Begg out of the ruck. Long kick inside 50. Burgess in front position, bounced off him towards the boundary line, trying to keep it inside. Couldn't quite. We'll quickly go around the grounds with Paul Yaconi.
Div 1, Bayswater 7-2-44 to Murrabach 6-5-41.
Jeez, wow,
Montrose 8-8-56 to Beakey 5-5-35 and Park Orchards 11-9-75 to Norwood 2-2-14.
Blythe throws it in. Davidson had the front spot. It's going to get knocked straight back over and out. Any more scores as they keep coming through as you go local for your football?
Div 2, Mulgrove 4-11-35 to Waverley Blues 3-4-22. Ringwood 7-5-47 to East Burwood 4-7-31. Surrey Park 8-5-53 to Heathmont 3-5-23 and Tempe 10-6-66 to Croydon 7-42.
Well, the umpire threw it in and we have another stoppage. So we're about 35-40 metres out from the North Ringwood goal line, currently leading by 3 points. They've kicked the only behind in this term as they run away Dower. Boronia got the free kick. Umpire said advantage was paid, tried to kick it to Duke, who couldn't take the mark. Right on his hammer was Begg. And over the boundary line we go for a boundary throwing.
Just got to be able to get the ball into their hands here, Boronia. Move the ball down the field, get some territory.
Division 4, Paul.
In Division 3, the Basin 10-7-67 to Ferntree Gully 2 behinds.
Jeez.
Donvale 10-9-69 to Sylvan 4-3-27. Knox 4-6-30 to Fair Park 3-7-25. Scoresby 11-10-76 to Coldstream 3-8-26. And Upper Gully 6-9-45 to Oakley District 5-3-33.
Great stuff as the umpire throws it in. Begg, who started this term quite well, he's won a lot of the hit-outs so far. They're working their way forward, and just happy for us to keep going through the scores at the moment. The players, there's another boundary throw in as we go to Division 4.
Good on the players there. Is in Division 4, Bulleen Tempe 7-8-50 to Croydon North Emlock 3-5-23 and Churnside Park 5-7-37 to Kilsyth 3-3-21.
So it looks like a free kick here going the way of North Ringwood. Big wanted it at first, but the Saints will look to move this on straight away. Inside 50, looked at a target, went over the head, overcooked the kick, falls in the lap of Stubbs, who snaps around the corner. The umpire has blown the whistle. It's coming back, and it is going the way of the Hawks.
That should have been 25, I reckon.
Yeah, it was pretty close.
Yeah, you can't kick the ball after a free kick, can't you?
It was pretty quickly paid, though, so it was
fair enough.
It probably was a bit lenient.
Burgess wanted to move it off to Wex, who has the handball over the top. He'll receive it again, does Wex. Back again. Oh, he's stat padding here for Premier Data. Wex is another one. That's about 4 touches in 10 seconds. The ball comes out towards centre wing. Fenton out the back. The handball smartly from Jamison. Down the line it goes. Cut off here by the Saints. Ball goes back to Waller. Waller handballing it into space for a teammate there. And now Begg went to Cantwell. Got it back. Socket off the ground. Not clean, not pretty, but they gained some territory. Big tackle laid there by Rice on Godwin, but copped him high. And Jake Godwin will earn himself a free kick.
So right in front of the North Ringwood dugout, Jake Godwin finally gets up.
Jeez.
Taking his time.
There
Short
he is.
passes on. Right underneath the Bendigo Bank scoreboard now. 3-point margin to the Saints. Brasher right in front of Uncle Wayne.
I'm sure he's getting the advice.
Uncle Wayne. Handball over the top. Johannan got it linking up nicely there to Burgess. The kick goes goalward, and what a fantastic goal that is there. Was that Wex that kicked that?
No.
Burgess, isn't it?
No.
33.
I think you just don't want to accept that
Harrison
it would be.
Chapman. It was a fantastic link up and a just quick boot to goal. Let's go Australian boundary side as Boronia regained the lead 7-2-44 to 5-11-41.
That was one thing that Matt Price mentioned at the time. He didn't want his midfielders to let Boronia have those chipping options. He wanted them to play a little bit harder up on their men, as with on the slow play for Boronia.
Well, that's happened a couple of occasions now, Jared, so they've got to be a lot more alert to that.
So back in the middle again. Begg out of the ruck. Did he get rid of it? Umpire said play on, and we'll end up with the stoppage here in the middle of the ground. The Hawks with the first goal of the third term, which puts them in front by 3 points.
And they've had a lot more of the ball, the Saints, in this quarter as well.
Well, going forward again is Flynn for the Saints. Inside 50. Mark wasn't taken, but Wex controlled. He got the handball away. And off to Stanley. Stanley now towards the centre corridor. Picked off by Cantwell. Will send it right back inside 50 for the Saints. No mark taken. Fenton at front position. Handball's back. Was looking for Van Noonen. Ran into his own teammate. Got off to a teammate there in Sizer. They go back again, the Saints, just running through a bit of trouble. Here's Van Noonen. Loves some 50 out and puts the Saints back in front.
Ripper.
Well, that's just a hard-working team goal, isn't it? And just a special player kicks a massive goal in the context of the game. You know, that's an uplifting goal when you've got a bit of momentum.
Got the ball, spun around, 2 steps, bang! Post high from 50.
Yep, that's.
What do you say, the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day leaderboard?
Yeah, he's right up there.
Yeah, that has to be.
Legend of the North Ringwood Footy Club as well. Premiership player, of course. That's just the experience that you need from, Van Nieuwen there.
But it's presence of mind to be able to do it. Like, that was just such instinctive play by him then. And to do that, it was a great finish.
Indeed.
Ball back in the middle here. Another lead change. Back in the way of the Saints by 3 points. Begg handball over the top to Rice, who went out wide. He was looking out for his teammate there in Vag. got dispossessed of the football, really. Brasher came in for the Hawks, a looping handball over the top to Hare. Hare goes inside forward, 50. The ball sits up over the back. It's a 3-on-2 situation. Nice handball there by O'Donnell. Got the handball away to Shepherd. Shepherd's handball wasn't too crash hot. As a kick around the body by Duke. And Duke kicks another ripper. He kicked one in the second. He's kicked one in the third. That's 2 to him. And once again, the lead has changed and it's back in the way of the Hawks. 8-2-50 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Leading by 3 points. 6-11-47. Wayne Brasher, boundary side.
It almost seems like that whoever wins the centre clearance at the moment is going to kick the goal because both sides have had their chances.
Just breaking it there.
Yeah, they have, but it's just the class, the finish, wasn't it? The ball falls down from the contest, picked up, and then that was just a really class finishing.
So goal for goal in the early stages of this third quarter.
He'll be up there for the Sportsco Player of the Day, I reckon.
So Begg and Hannon go at it again. Out of the middle, there's Church wrapped up, and we'll get another ball up right where we started.
Just
47 plays, 50. Boronia leading by 3 points. Tap down from Begg. And this time it's Church on Flynn. We'll do it all once again. 11 minutes gone third term. Thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM. Here's Josh Hannon out of the ruck, inside 50. Quick kick. Was looking for Burgess, who used his body well. Pushed off Shepherd and was able to take the mark on the chest. And Corey Burgess can go back and have the set shot. From 45 to 50 metres out, be kicking from outside the arc. It's a tough kick from here, bit of an angle.
Any relation to...
they are brothers.
Yeah, there you go.
Corey and Harry.
Well, I thought I just had to ask that question.
Yes, that's okay. As Corey Burgess can put the Hawks back to a 9-point lead with back-to-back goals here in the last minute of this game. Burgess comes in. It comes back. It bends back. It's through. It started right, and it made its way through the middle. And 9-2-56, Boronia now lead North Ringwood 6-11-47. 12 minutes gone third term.
Well, it's just good forward craft, wasn't it, really? Just knowing where to be in the right spot. Outmanoeuvred his defensive opponent in Shepherd, and then to go back and finish like that, that's a outstanding effort from Burgess. Well done.
Yeah, you're spot on about outstanding because the wind hasn't been going that way the whole time, so to work the ball back like that, it was super.
And that's actually a good point, BWS, because even when you look at North Ringwood with the 11 points, almost every set shot from every player has been a goal. Like they haven't missed, right in front.
Yeah, and it's the efficiency that Boronia have been able to exert where early in the game the Saints haven't been able to do it.
Brasher's kick goes out wide. It sits up nicely there for Duke on the right boot. Kicks the ball deep inside forward 50. Robertson's there. Over the back of him it goes. The Saints do have the numbers. Handball in towards Shepherd. They're in the danger zone under a lot of pressure in this back pocket. Mooney on the right boot. Slammed it out towards centre half back. It was basically a throw there to Malice, who was just running into an open goal. That's twice now Malice has been open. The umpire's called him back. So a little bit stiff there, but, rules are rules, and you got to follow them. Fenton on the right boot, kicked it out wide. Here's Braunthal linking up well. Nicely done there by Vag. Up towards centre half forward. This is good play here by the Saints. The mark's been taken out there by Patterson. Could have almost been a 25-metre penalty. Telling his opponent to go back. Patterson's going to kick it right to the Van Unit direction over the top of him. He almost played for the free kick. It's been kept alive and it's been kicked by Howie. You little beauty. He did a little pirouette, Howie. Slammed it on the boot, and now the Saints are back to within 3 points once again. 13.5 gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
This game's got everything, hasn't it? We're just seeing so many great moments with goals kicked at either end, but that was just a brilliant finish. The ball was in flight. He was able to shark it, and in the end, absolute ripping finish. And the Saints, they're well and truly in this contest.
I think that one might take the lead for the Tobin brothers' goal of the day.
Yeah, it's hard. It's in contention. Probably not.
Going to be hard to beat my boy Van.
Oh, okay.
The Van Unen one would be.
A bit of bias with that.
I've already put the graphic up. I'm sorry, I can't.
So back in the middle again. The margin back to 3 points. 7-11 plays 9-2. Boronia leading as they look to get the clearance through Dower. Wright has come back into the middle. Brasher's handball cut off there by Van Unen. Van Unen inside 50 for the Saints. Out the back is Godwin. So is Burgess. picked up here for the Saints. Fenton's there if he can pick it up nicely. He's able to. He's got a player at the top in bed. Couldn't quite get it to him, so had to go backwards under a lot of pressure. Doing well was Mooney. Mooney to Van Noonen. Van Noonen back to Lawrence. Off one step towards the top of the square and marked by Wex.
Just a bit of a magnet change from Matt Price. He's put Aiden Begg full forward, so he's not playing ruck.
Wex having a bit of an influence. He score. He's done some okay things.
As Wex goes out of defence here, was looking for right. Did well there, got the kick away. Thank you, BWS, as the ball comes in. Wellicott towards the top of the square. Thank you, Lee. As we go inside 50 here for the Saints. Godwin under some pressure. Got the handball away in time. Was looking for Chapman. Chapman picked it up nicely and towards Fairchild. Couldn't quite take the mark, but out of bounds as we go down to the boundary. Jared Beanland.
Yeah. Interesting time in the game, of course, for Boronia, I would reckon. They kicked a couple of goals, had the momentum. Suddenly, North Ringwood stolen it back. What will Boronia's defence be able to muster in North Ringwood's period of play?
Pye throws it in. It's Wright versus Lawrence. Fenton was in there. Was he being held? No, the whistle's gone, and they're saying he was holding Dower there. So anyway, things slowed down a little bit. Been a frenetic pace in the last 5 minutes or so. 3 points is the margin. What a game we've got. Perfectly selected by our media manager, Wayne Brasher.
Brash.
Nearly got knocked over the fence there, Brash. Loving how he keeps waving to us. Like
Great defence there, though. He's saved his head.
Put it down in the goal square, down to the fence.
Yeah, no, perfect defensive play there. Knocked the ball over the boundary line as Wright goes up against Lawrence again. Lawrence had the front spot, palmed it down, but barging his way through there was Hare. Did really well. Spun around, got a bounce away in the end. Don't know how that happened. Squeezed to kick up towards the half-forward line. Dower was in position A, so he takes the mark. He's going to wind up now, kick the ball inside forward 50, looking for the Robertson direction. Palmed it down. Oh, this is just classy. This is all class, Jamison. You little beauty. That is how you play front and centre football. The ball goes in long, the forwards put it down, and Jamison was right there for the cherry picking and slammed it through. Margin back out to 9 points out here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 17 gone in the third term. 10-2-62. Geez, they're kicking straight, aren't they, the Hawks?
Yeah,
North Ringwood 7-11-53.
They are, and that's one of, I believe, maybe the Eastern Rangers players that...
First ever goal?
Yeah, first ever goal, and that's a beautiful goal there. Good, actually, you could not describe it even more better than BWS.
But the influence of Dower he's having in this game has been really important. He's set up a couple of really important passages of play for the Hawks.
Been good, Dylan Dower, Eastland's very own.
Yeah, absolutely.
Runs his own business, Grow Club. Shout out to all the Grow Club fans out there. As Beg looking at the clearance here for North Ringwood towards the half-forward line. Out the back is Jake Mellis. His handball had to be good. He got it off to his brother, to Mitch. Mitch got the handball away. The kick was smothered. Ends up in the hands of Dower. His handball cut off by Begg, and now they link up. A chance to go forward there from Flynn towards the pocket. Patterson picked up nicely. This will be your goal of the day. For never even close to it. As the ball comes in here, Flanagan wrapped up in a tackle. North Ringwood want holding the ball, and they're not going to get it.
Guys, I reckon both sides are really giving it all at the moment. And, you know, there's no beg your pardons out there.
There's no easy kick, is there?
The tap down straight to Stubbs was wrapped up by Lake, and we'll get another stoppage inside 50. 18.5 minutes gone third term. 9 points in it.
So it's very deep inside the North Ringwood forward line. Wright got the knockdown straight in the throat there of Malice, who was dispossessed of the football. They're screaming for it. And it's gone, rushed over the through for one behind. You can see the young fans of the Saints getting up and about down there as they inch closer. It's an 8-point margin as we almost hit time on here in the third term.
Could take a bit of heat out of this, the Hawks, if they want here.
A few cans down there, Blakey.
Yeah, definitely love that.
Call them a few sneak-ins as when it's always the young fellas. As it came out late, got it into the middle. Malice linking up well. Oh, this is fantastic play. They'll go forward. Can Hare put the icing on the cake for a head-to-head goal?
He does.
Oh, that is coast-to-coast football. Fantastic play. Play of the day there by the Boronia Hawks. They linked up right through the guts, and the finishing touch there by Nathan Hare. You little beauty.
Hawk ball at its best, I reckon, there.
Well, it's just the common set play, Blake. Really, isn't it? That's the one that you do at training night after night, and that's nearly the last straw of the night. Let's see how fast we can move the ball. Coast to coast movement, brilliant.
I think that might be the goal of the day, BWS.
The passage of the play for sure. Jared Beanland's down on the boundary.
Yeah, Nathan Hayes had a lot of influence in this quarter. He was where it started with that Jamison goal, and he was able to finish one off for himself there.
So Begg got the tap down. The Hawks have got the last couple. The handball away from Chapman was cut off here. Now Vag for the Saints towards the half-forward line. Mark's not taken. They managed to hold possession of the football. Doing well there, Sizer. Handball away. Now Flynn. Flynn loads up towards the top of the square. And in fact has gone through for a minor score. That moves to North Ringwood. 7-12, 54 to 11-2, 68.
Andrew, that was a really poor option there by Flynn. Really poor option.
You're close enough to tell him, Brash.
I'll give you the fever.
Let him know about it, Brash.
As if you listen to me.
Burgess went out, little handball underneath one there by Fairchild. They seem to have lifted, you sense, the Boronia side at the moment, but the Saints aren't backing off. There's no doubt about that. As it came out, Walker got the handball back. No, thump away. That hit the caravan?
No, I'm pretty sure that tipped my van, which has just come back from smash repairs. Thanks to Phil Mondays for getting that done for us on time for the weekend. Donna and Andy down there.
The look of horror on Katie Green's
face.
She's
just walked right past.
She's just walked in front of the van. As it sorry, Lee, I shouldn't be laughing, but the look on her face, oh my God. As the kick goes up there from Fairchild, he hit the target there in Rangers. I'm sure the car's fine. As he swings around now on the right boot, goes in towards the Robertson direction, who was being held, Robertson. We could see that there. He had a little hold of the jumper, and the umpire was right in the right position there. Riley White, just that little cheeky left arm, had the Robertson's jumper, as you can see on the replay there. So this is almost a gimme. Unforgivable play, Spider.
It was unforgivable. No, it was a big moment in the game.
Boundary BWS, we said this at half-time that one side was going to get a 10-minute break where they can dominate possession and put the score on the board. At the moment, Boronia are just taking their opportunities.
Well, he enjoyed this kicking to this end a couple of quarters ago when he kicked 3. This time he kicks his first for the term, make that number 4, and they scoot out to a very handy 19-point lead, the Boronia side. They can do no wrong in front of the big sticks today, 12-2, 74 to 7-13, 55. Now that's 20 scoring shots to 14 and a 19-point differential.
Yeah, that's big.
Yeah, it's efficient.
Just an update for anyone concerned. Apparently, he hit the bin near the car, not the van. So we're all good.
No worries.
Safe there is. A big 5 minutes here for North Ringwood, approaching three-quarter time. Wouldn't want to concede one or two more before the final break. But they've certainly been right in this contest for the Hawks. Just starting to get the better of them. Hannah now the middle. The clearance forward. Bouncing in front of Brasher there. There's been a free kick paid towards North Ringwood. So taking this one, Brody Vellicott for the Saints. Coming up to the 23rd minute mark of this third term. Been an exciting third quarter as Vellicott send it long down the wing on the far side of the ground here at Quambee Reserve. Chasing this one, able to pick it up was Leach. Got it off in time, Fenton. He's chased down, run down there by Chapman. Nothing called. Brash ends up with the footy. He goes back to Wex. And Wex now off to Mellis, who's been massive this afternoon. Mitch Mellis down the line to Dower. Also been involved quite heavily across the afternoon.
Eastland's own.
Eastland's own. Grow Club Dower will send him inside 50 once more. Top of the square.
Oh!
Big mark out the back there, Duke. And Fletcher Duke, who's got a couple already this afternoon, can go back and line up for goal number 3 and really extend this margin.
I think if he kicks this, I think he's got maybe the one hand on the Eastland Sportscope player of the game. He's just been,
Really?
I think he's been superb.
He has been.
That's just my opinion, boys.
So Fletcher Duke looking for goal number 3. Slight angle, be kicking from 35 out, makes no mistake, and their accuracy in front of goal continues. 13 goals, 2 82-80. They lead North Ringwood 7-13-55.
It's remarkable, the accuracy and the efficiency that they're going in with. But Duke, really good finish, strong finish. But it's just their ability with their overlap run at the moment. They're just not coping with it at the moment as well as they could be, North Ringwood at the moment. A couple of mistakes that just started to creep into their play at the moment, which is they've just got to try and bed down a little bit and address.
Who else do you think will be in line for it, Ryan? Or?
Mitch?
Yeah, Mitch, yeah. But I think Duke's been pretty solid all day.
Yeah.
Bit of midfield, bit of forward time as well.
Well, the democracy, when they vote, will tell the tale in about 40 minutes' time. As it comes out now, it's a 25-point margin. The way of Boronia, and North Ringwood need a goal before three-quarter time.
They do. They're desperate for a goal now. They've just got to curve this momentum. They've got to wrestle it back somehow.
Yeah, before that last one, it was almost like don't concede another one and you'll still be okay. Now it's we really, really need one. As it comes out now, Walker got the handball back to Cantwell, who loops the handball over the top. This is better play. They go inside 450 through Davidson, goes right to the top of the square. Sorry, that was Davidson there trying to take the mark. Swing around the body. Stubbs can't just get boot to ball. He got dispossessed to the umpire. Said it was okay in the end. Stanley, handball away. It's still in that forward line for North Ringwood. They're trying to keep the ball alive. And the umpire will come in and ball this one up.
Just a couple of the dump kicks that they're going in with long at the moment, North Ringwood. I think they just need to change it up a bit. Try and find a little bit of a shorter target. See if they can hit a target up because it's just too easy to fish away for the defence of the Hawks at the moment.
The umpire threw it in. The catfish was right there with his camera. We saw him on the screen as it comes in now. Just trying to rip the ball away, somehow get it out. The umpire, that was good play. Just called play on. Got it away. Malice. Another touch for him. Kick around the body out towards the half back line. Big fist over the top there by Begg to keep the ball alive. Eventually it goes over the boundary line and out again. We'll have a boundary throw in. 26 gone here in the third term. He plays 55. Yes, Brush?
Yeah, the umpires are letting it go a little bit, and I'm liking what I'm seeing because they're not paying the touchwood free kicks. They're paying the genuine ones.
Yeah, the obvious ones. Yep.
Boundary throw in here. 25-point lead to the Hawks. Is there another goal in this third quarter before the three-quarter time siren? Big tackle by Begg. We'll get a ball up, still outside the forward 50 here for North Ringwood. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Let us know where you're tuning in from today. As Begg out of the ruck. It's not going anywhere, so we're getting another stoppage.
The defence has really stood up this quarter for the Hawks.
So again, Hannon Begg, it's been a fascinating contest in the ruck. Fenton wrapped up, and the Hawks will be happy just to see that clock keep ticking. They'll be very happy to go in with a 25-point lead at three-quarter time.
Yeah, let's take Heat out of this game at the moment.
Yeah, Flynn, once again going nowhere, wrapped up by Dower.
Yeah, just take time off the clock.
Been happy with Dower's game, Spider?
Yeah, he's been brilliant. Yeah, no, I think he's been a really solid performer.
I think he has too, Spider. He's just been, the spark that Boronia has had.
Here's Church. The handball was cut off by Fenton. Couldn't quite trap it. Big tackle late there by Braunthal.
Don't know about that one. He legit just picked it up and, yeah.
So Braunthal for the Saints. Inside 50. Ball comes out the back. The Hawks have got the numbers. Clearing it out. Edwards just trying to find some space. It's a 2-on-1 in favour of the Saints. So they should be able to control this through Walker, who goes backwards. And they've conceded some ground. Dangerous kick in the middle of the ground. Cantwell did enough to pick it up to go inside 50. Can they hit up a target? The Hawks have got the numbers out the back. Burgess is there, clearing it out of defence. They'll be out of bounds on the full, so still time for the Saints.
Faithful letting them know all about that kick.
Matty Shepherd, can he have a ping from here? He's going to wind around now. He's going to kick it right to the hot spot. They need someone to clug something, and they've got it. I think the mark's been taken by Davidson down there. Davidson. He stuck the big jukes up 20 metres out, and you heard all the crowd get behind that one. Someone had to stand up, and the big man, Taylor Davidson, did just that, and he'll go back from point-blank range and put it through and get the margin back to just over 3 goals.
There.
Big moment in the game, this.
Well, he can't miss this one. The siren has sounded, and he kicks a goal, and momentum goes into three-quarter time with the North Ringwood Football Club. Bendigo Bank scoreboard at three-quarter time, 13-2-80. The Boronia Hawks to 8-13-61. A fantastic game we're seeing out here today. 4 goals to Ben Robertson, 3 to Fletcher Duke. whilst for North Ringwood, Howie has 2. The rest are singles. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today on 98.1 Radio Eastland. It's streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. 3 down, 1 to go on the Eastland Match of the Round. It's Division 1 football at its best. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Quambee Reserve, Eastland Match of the Round. North Ringwood taking on Boronia, and at the final change, it is the Hawks leading 13-2-80, kicking very accurately this afternoon to North Ringwood, 8-13-61. Fascinating contest. It's been a great game so far. We've got one more quarter to go. Before we hear from Matt Clark down on the boundary, we'll go to some of the scores around the grounds with Paul Uconi.
In Premier Division, Noble Park 12-8-80 to Mitcham 3-4-22. East Ringwood 6-2-38 to Donny East 4-8-32. South Croydon 8-7-55 to Roeville 5-8-38. Blackburn 9-16-70 to Vermont 5-10-40 and Baldwin 11-14-80 to Berwick 4-8-32. In Division 1, Murrelbach 9-9-63 to Bayswater 7-2-44. Montrose 12-11-83 to Bakey 7-7-49.
That's over.
And Park Orchards 20-10-130 to Norwood 3-2-20. In Division 2, Mulgrave 9-12-66 to Waverley Blues 3-6-24. Ringwood 8-6-54 to East Burwood 6-8-44. Surrey Park 13-8-86 to Heathmont 5-6-36. And Tempe 22-10 142 to Croydon 7 straight 42.
Oh,
that was a shootout early, so they've really kicked away with that, Tempe. And in Division 3, the Basin 13-11-89 to Ferntree Gully 1-4-10. Donvale 12-14-86 to Sylvan 4-3-27. Knox 8-12-60 to Fair Park 4-9-33. Scoresby 15-12-102 to Coldstream 4-10-34. And Upper Gully 7-11-53 to...
Boundary, guys.
Let's go down the boundary.
Yeah, thanks. I got Matt Clark. Matt, the quartet of Malice, Bracker, and Dower got down and dirty halfway through the quarter and started to really take control of the centre clearances.
Yeah, that was our theme for the day too. We know that they're a good stoppage, and when they got that one ball up clearance from it, we're on the back foot. So we just spoke about getting our hands dirty, digging in a bit, and causing second and third ball ups. And I think we were good for most of that quarter doing that. And every time, the first quarter and the third quarter, when we've done it, we've been able to get the game on our terms.
Yeah, the back line really stood up, especially after that initial assault by North Ringwood early on the third quarter, and they actually in the end up starting to support that midfield.
Absolutely, I think. When the mids are actually putting pressure on and the half forward lines are chasing out, the backman's job becomes a lot easier. But caught one-on-one a couple of times. I thought they were really dogged, dug in, stuck to tackles, and we're in for a hell of a game in this last quarter, I think.
Yeah, basically more of the same in this last quarter.
Absolutely, and we know they're a good side. They're going to come at us, and most of the goals have been scored up there for some reason today. But we've got to have that same mindset we had that quarter.
Thanks, Clarkie. All the best.
Boundary.
Let's go down to boundary now. Jared Beanland.
I was Matt Price, or in the huddle with Matt Price, Ringwood. He was acknowledging the fact that Boronia did want to hold it in and congestion. He wanted North Ringwood to continue to find their width and continue to play the outside game, and he was not happy with their entries inside 50. And I think that was perhaps watching the game is that he's out. I think is that they just need to lower their eyes and find the easier option.
Well, thanks, boys. Great job. Boundary side at three-quarter time. The final quarter is underway. There's a nice little tap there by Hannon. Went straight down the arms of Malice, but he got dispossessed of it. Ball goes up and under. Charging through there was Church, who got brought to ground in a tackle. They screamed for holding the ball. The umpire didn't want a bar of it. Charging forward there was Godwin, but straight down the throat there of Walker, I should say. Old mate Liam Walker out there. So the mark's been taken by the Saints. A bit fumbly in this first part, and that's me, not the players. As the kick goes in towards the middle, Duke took the mark. Love child of Blake Tennant. As the kick goes inside forward 50, and he's giving away a free kick, Blakey, and that might lose him a vote or two.
Maybe BWS, but I think
into the furnace.
Maybe the one voter or two voter, maybe.
The old deductions.
So Begg, just like going, who's leading for me? Like, someone do something. Kicks the ball straight down centre half forward. Ball bounces back in towards the middle of the ground. Inside forward 50, Cantwell just poked it forward, and it was a good kick too. Kieran Rice takes the mark. He had to put his arms up. He had to pull it down. He was under pressure, but he did a good job.
Yeah, Cantwell, he's just been superb, hasn't he?
He just looks like he's got so much time. It's one of those like Nick Del Santo types.
Yeah, he is. He's very similar.
It does wear the red, white and black, so gets it off him. But this will be a big goal, especially this player and Kieran Rice. He's having a pretty solid day.
So Kieran Rice is directly in front. He'll kick from 40 metres. Goes for it now. The goal umpire did not move. Here come the North Ringwood Saints. First blood in the final term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard shows Boronia still leading by 13. 13 goals to 80 to North Ringwood at 9-13-67. Good start by the Saints.
Kicking to the scoring end, as Matt Clark alluded to. He said the Saints will come, and they had to be ready for it. And the Saints have delivered. So they've got to be wary of the Hawks. Got to get the next clearance. Very important.
As we said, Cantwell there just to Rice to set that one up, and that could be I don't know what the word is.
Well, this gives them confidence. It gives them the opportunity to gather that momentum and really use it as a launching pad into this last quarter.
Well, they got the goal on the three-quarter time siren, and now they get the first of the fourth term. So the margin back to 13 points. This game's still well and truly alive. There he is again. Got the handball forward. Trying to pick this one up is Shepherd. Just overran it. Doing well there nicely was Chapman. Chapman goes forward for the Hawks now inside 50. No mark taken. North Ringwood with all the numbers looking to clear this one out of their back half. It's picked off by Duke. Duke just got his hands off in time. Chapman chasing this one again. Been involved a lot this afternoon. The youngster. Braunthal over the top of the head. Off to Shepherd. Shepherd's kick was...
Yeah, that came off his boot.
That was touch, yeah.
No, it came off. He
Came off
kicked
his
it,
leg.
and it came off the other Boronia's foot.
Boundary.
Interesting, that one, as we go down to boundary. Jared Beanland.
Liam Walker's the spare man back for North Ringwood. He's rebounded for them, or created the contest that's rebounded for them twice now.
Matt Shepherd goes down the line in the direction of Begg, but in front there, Fairchild taking the mark for the Hawks.
South Croydon by 22 points over Rowville. Message from Ray Baird with no angry face emoji.
It's picked off again by Shepherd. Off to Braunthal. They'll look to use the corridor now. He'll receive it back from Flynn. Braunthal over the top again, looking for Cantwell. Cantwell being involved everywhere. Inside 50. Over the top. Out the back is Wex. He's got Stubbs can compete with, doing well. Stubbs off the right boot. Stubbs towards goal, has missed to the right. Minor score 9-14, 68 North Ringwood. Boronia 13-83, coming up to 4 minutes gone final term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's an even 2-goal margin.
2 goals the difference just in behinds.
Crazy.
They've kicked today.
Yep.
23 scoring shots to 15, trailing by 12 points.
The ball's been a lot in North Ringwood's hands this quarter. Haven't quite seen it in Boronia's pulled 50, but as Clarkey said, it is the scoring end where North Ringwood are going.
It's sort of been the trend all day with North Ringwood really starting each quarter a lot stronger than the opposition, but Boronia will settle down at some stage, you would think, as a handball from Vag was in the middle. Nicely done there. Cantwell just linked up well. Geez, he's having a good game, Cantwell, as the kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Braunthal came charging through, almost could have been paid the trip. Or
Yeah, he was legged.
the ball. He was legged. No?
Holding the ball.
That was a fantastic tackle there by Lake. He stopped a certain goal, I reckon.
25 metres to boot there.
I thought you were going to say trap then, Brash, but no, tackle.
Well, he was trapped.
So Jared Lake, it's a handy 25 metre. You see players streaming forward, so there's going to be a lot around this ball because he's going to drive it very long. Robertson at the back, nicely done, and not sure if that was
He had the first one, and then...
so you're going to say that one's allowed, is it?
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, rightio. Yeah. See how this goes. As it comes out, Sizer takes the mark.
So Sizer for the Saints looks to play it on straight away. The Saints moving the ball down the line out the top, just getting a hand to it there with Stanley. Lake off to Mellis. Mellis runs into Lake, and now he's run down into the tackle. Fenton ends up with the footy, plays on straight away. Missed the handball to Flynn. They're still in control of the footy. Godwin laying the pressure. Back out to Fenton. Mellis is there, and that was a few errors from both sides.
there?
Both sides had probably a couple of moments to forget.
The Hawks got out of there, that one, out of trouble, definitely.
They get out of jail, but Fenton there missed an opportunity. Flynn wasn't looking.
Could that be the moment?
Well, we'll see. They're still in attack, but Mellis will clear this one out for the Hawks. So on the far side, bouncing in front of both Brasher and Velicott. Velicott picks it up for the Saints. Has an option back. It's turned over. Duke, and then gives it out to Walker now for the Saints. And they go back to go forward through Vag. Vag now towards the centre wing, bouncing over the top of his intended target and fell into the hands of Godwin and got off to Brasher. Brasher's kick has been cut off. The intercept mark taken by Will Vag once again.
Good mark there by Vag. Heavily strapped right knee. Getting a lot of advice from the fans over the fence. Vag goes wide out towards Van Noonan. Great mark.
His hands are just
sensational.
Oh, he's an amazing
quick handball
player.
away to Leach. Back to Van Noonan. What's he going to do here, Jaden? Just weighing up his options. Put his teammate under a lot of pressure in Vag, who copped one around the neck. A bit of a clothesline situation. So he'll be happy.
Again.
He'll be happy that happened because he was under a fair bit of pressure and he just was able to stop the play here. Once again, they're going to kick it along the boundary line and too far as well. Jared Lake, has that gone out of bounds on the full? Not quite.
Over.
No, the perfect backman's defence, BWS. Just knock it over the line, my son.
Brash looks real comfortable out there.
He's
leaning up against the
He's having a
fence.
blast. Having a blast.
It's like it's like he's always been on the boundary, Brash.
Tell you what, if he's got nothing to do during grand finals, I reckon he's putting his hand up.
Kick goes over into the middle. Brasher got the handball away. They go forward now. Here's Jamison, who's brought to ground. Ripping tackle and rewarded as well. Timely, if ever I've seen it, is a fantastic tackle by Shepherd there. Kick goes out wide, and the free kick's being given away. It's going the way of Boronia for over the shoulder there on Hannon. That was against Begg. So Hannon, true centre wing position. Kick goes up towards the half forward line. It's good that they've hit the target here. Dylan Dower.
Thanks, Eastland.
Is someone waving at us? There's a guy waving.
Dower kicks it right towards the top of the goal square. It looked like they had the numbers, the Saints, but step around the body by Renders. No. Through for one behind. Bronx cheers from the North Ringwood brethren at the back there.
They're up at about.
81 plays 68. It's a 13-point margin. Boronia have it 8.5 gone final term.
So the Saints to take the kick in here. They'll look to go towards the far side of the ground. The mark was dropped. Back into the hands of Duke. Couldn't take it, could Leach as we'll get a ball up outside 54. Boronia leading this game 81-68. Coming up to the 9th minute mark of this final term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Once again, Cantwell went backwards with the handball and wrapping up in the tackle. Velicott caught by Duke. So they get a little bit closer to Boronia's goal. Around the grounds, Paul.
Got a final score from Div 2. Ringwood with a 10-point win over East Burwood. Ringwood 8-7-55 to East Burwood 6-9-45.
My tips are in trouble this week, I think.
Oh, you're in trouble, aren't you?
We'll get a ball up here outside 50. Once more, Begg tapped it down. North Ringwood with the clearance. No mark taken. Sport from behind by Lake. Braunthal wrapped up by Mellis. Over the line it goes. And we'll get another boundary throw in.
Big shout out to Tim Curry, Mr. Boronia, who's watching from home today, not feeling too well. Hope you get well soon, Tim, and your boys are looking pretty good, mate, as the umpire throws the ball back in now as Hannon got the knockdown, scooped upon there by Flynn. Snap around the body, goes bouncing in towards the middle of the ground. How's this one going to sit? Rice got the timely knockdown. The Saints can go forward. The kick goes deep. It's a one-on-one situation. Fenton was there. He took the first bite. Right on his hammer, though, was Stanley, who did really well. But Shepherd was there. Got it to Fenton. Went the don't argue. And Chapman went, heh. And he got it nicely.
I think he actually got called for the high fend off there.
Yeah.
So, now well done by the young fella to keep his composure.
He did really well.
Yep.
Did really well. Short pass into the back pocket. They've got Dower down there to take the mark and a chance to move out of that defensive zone, Ryan.
So,
was it Dower?
Wex.
Sorry. Yep.
As he goes down the line, out the back, Rangers. They've transitioned this well. If Burgess can get on to this one. Picked up cleanly with the one hand. Has an option over the top in Fairchild. Fairchild can nail it from here. He was clutch last week.
Oh, yeah.
And he's clutch again. And that extends the margin to 19 points to the Hawks. 14-3-87. He's second of the day. North Ringwood 9-14-68. 11 minutes gone, final quarter.
Boundary side, guys.
Let's go down the boundary.
That was a magnificent goal by Fairchild. Starting to get back to the form that we know he was when he produced that match-winning performance in the grand final in 2022.
Yeah, he's a quality player, Brash, and that was just a quality finish from a player that, with all his experience, he just knows where the goals are.
Certainly shut everybody up behind the goals as that went sailing through. That was all class and a great call by Ryan Long as well as the ball's back in the middle. It's a 19-point margin, a handy buffer, you would say, but still plenty of football yet to come in this final term. A big thump down there by Hannon that time. Brasher was in there, Van Noonan as well. Umpire crosses himself and we'll have another ball up right in the guts here at Quambee Reserve.
It's been just turnovers, hasn't it, BWS? So they've just... Saints, they've turned the ball over and it's cost them goals.
Yeah, certainly. Hannon, an up and under kick, was looking for Brasher, who showed a lot of courage going in after that one. The ball comes out. Van Noonan was almost left for him. Brasher came back in, got the handball back towards Malice. He eventually gets it, copped one in the back there from Stubbs. So, Mitch Malice, who for me is best player on the ground today.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. So, Blake, what are you doing now if you're the Saints? What are you doing if you're Matt Price? What are you thinking?
Well, probably, they've been moving the magnets, obviously, with...
what are you going to do to move those magnets?
Jaden Lawrence is obviously in the ruck where Aiden Begg is usually down there, so they might have to put Begg forward a bit, just get that presence involved and maybe move a few others as well. Maybe put Cantwell in the middle. We've seen how good he is off the half back, but You've got to start moving the magnets, I reckon, to win your game. You want your best players in the middle of the ground, I always like to say.
Yeah, well, Begg's got to go back into the midfield.
Yeah.
You've got to have Braunsell and you've got to have Cantwell at least in that midfield.
And Harry Flynn as well. He's another one.
Godwin goes forward, knock away. It's a dangerous one there from Davidson, but he had support there in Walker on the left boot. Drives it out of that defensive zone. Who's waiting for it? They had players there, and Burgess got it away, and now it's in the arms of Edwards. Edwards goes to right to the top of the goal square, and it was a huge fly over the back there by Renders, and the umpire didn't say it was a free kick. Duke was in there. He couldn't get away. He's kicked 3 goals this afternoon, and will have a ball up only 10 metres out from goal as the umpire blows time on. Just for a little breather.
Boundary.
Let's go to Jared Beanland.
So Jaden Lawrence has just limped off the big man from Ringwood.
Geez.
That is a blow. Yep.
That is, yep. Obviously, Davidson will be in the ruck, no doubt.
Cantwell just got the ball out in the nick of time. Handball over the top. Shepherd on the right boot. Squared one up. It's a risky kick, but it'll pay off if it's okay, Stubbs. But the man of the moment, Mitch Malice, goes out wide and slowed things down nicely as Brasher, another player who's dominated this afternoon, on the right boot, squares it up. It was a good-looking kick, a good spoil over the back, and now a chance through. That man in Cantwell on the right boot had a lot of time, kicked it out towards the wing. It was a foot race that ensued after this one as Wex chased after it, got the handball linked up nicely with Edwards, who poked the ball forward, and they'll slow things down here a little bit as I think it's Chapman out there takes the mark. Jamison.
So Jamison now for the Hawks. Long kick inside 50. Can there be a mark at ground level? Dower spun around off the right boot. Dower to seal it, not quite. Minor score, and that moves Boronia now to 14-4. In fact, it was no score. It just
out of bounds.
It's being held up here for the moment as it is going to be out of bounds on the full, so no score. We'll go down to the score centre, Paul Uconi.
Got a few final scores in Div 1. Murrelbach 11-10-76 to Bayswater 8-3-51, and in Div 3 Upper Gully 7-11-53 to Oakley District 7-4-46. Scoresby 16-13 109 to Coldstream 6-10-46. Knox 12-13-85 to Fair Park 7-10-52, and the Basin 14-12-96 to Ferntree Gully 1-4-10.
It's almost the reversal of the last time those two sides played each other.
Isn't it, from Ferntree Gully?
Yeah, that is. As 15 and a half minutes gone, fourth term here. It is the Hawks in control, 87-68.
That's well and truly season over for Ferntree Gully. I know.
Officially?
Yeah, officially, yep.
There's Begg now, tapping it behind. It was stolen by Church. Church kicked towards the half-forward line, picked up by Jamison, wrapped up in a tackle by Sizer, and we'll get a free kick here going the way of the Saints.
So on the left boot, swinging around now is Sizer. It's do or die at the moment here. They just have to go as it comes in now. Nicely done there by Patterson. Up towards the half-forward line. Inside forward 50 it goes. Davidson was there to try and get hand on it. Then he tried to get a boot on it. Nicely done there by Godwin. Looked like he was going to give the handball backwards. He eventually did to Malice, whose short pass hit the target. And at every opportunity, they'll just try and slow things down a little bit here and suck as much time off the clock as Dylan Dower holds the ball in that defensive 50. Little chip kick with Van Noonan. Had 3 players to beat. He put in a really good contest there to keep the ball alive, and he won the free kick as well. So great play there by Van Noonan, who's going to waste no time. Kick it right to the hot spot, right to the top of the square. Who's going to be front and centre this time? Flynn was there. Little handball over the top there towards the Cantwell direction. The ball didn't sit up for him though. Kick by Dower was smothered. In there was Malice. Couldn't quite get rid of the football. Everyone just slowed and stopped. They needed a breather. The umpire said, I'll pay that. And he comes in and will throw the ball up.
So 19 points the margin, but we're deep inside the forward 50 here for the Saints. Can they get one through? Cantwell snapped around the corner, and standing by himself was Lake. His kick was smothered across the line, and just a minor score here for the Saints. 9-15-69, plays 14-3-87.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary, Wayne Brasher.
Look, I think North Ringwood need a purple patch of 5 or 6 minutes, I reckon, to get back into the game. I'm not seeing it at the moment. There's not enough momentum going their way.
The forwards are just not functioning enough, I've noticed as well. So disappointing for North Ringwood because they had control definitely.
22 minutes gone in the South Croydon Roval game, and it's only a 9-point margin. However, Ray Baird's written his side off, the fair weather supporter he is.
Of course. As Sizer here gets the handball off, was trying to get the receive. Here's Begg, picked it up cleanly, got it off to Patterson. Patterson towards the corridor, was looking for Walker. Under a bit of pressure now, the Saints. Big tackle in the middle of the ground, and 18 minutes gone. It's an even 3-goal margin. Boronia leading.
Just lost their structure a little bit, the Saints at the moment.
Well, they're still in for a chance. They need a quick one.
Need a spark.
Yep. Yeah, Boronia's just doing way too much without ball in hand. Their defensive structures are holding up really well. They've got excellent pressure.
Them down. Yep, so taking time off the clock.
Cantwell's back in the middle here, boys. So
well, this is what we needed 5 minutes ago. I think they've missed a trick here.
Yeah.
Begg flicked it to Van Noonan, who kicked it straight down Harry Burgess's throat. Went out wide. Now they'll move the ball in the arms of Edwards, who's just happy to take a couple of quick bounces, make it look easy in the end, and just poked it up towards Jamison. And a few important touches in this last term. Once again, as we cross the 19-minute mark, he'll go short to Malice.
I tell you, he's been monstrous this afternoon. Dylan Dower. It's probably the best game I think I've ever seen him play.
Yeah, you're not wrong. We've mentioned him many times. As the kick goes inside forward, 50 Waller.
Brash, he just made his Instagram reel on Grow Club, I think.
I love the fact that he was saying that right with Mitch Mellis right in front of him.
Cantwell gallops in through the middle of the ground. Sorry to cut you off there, but the footy's it's a hot footy inside forward 50. The Saints are still charging forward. Gets it to Stubbs. Stubbs knocked it over the top. They just can't find that crucial target at that important time as a deliberate is trying to be asked for against Lake. That's not going to happen over the boundary line. She goes right in front of the Eastland sign, of course, major sponsor of the EFNL.
And we haven't seen Fenton for a little while either. He's just completely been out of the game.
Maybe management or something going on.
He's playing.
No, he just hasn't been in the play.
Missing.
He's been missing in action. And just well blanketed.
Davidson tapped it down. They got a little toe poke out wide. Dylan Dower sees the ball over the boundary line and out of bounds.
I reckon with Fenton, he's probably gassed himself out early and probably left nothing in the tank. Don't forget, he's just come back from injury, so he wouldn't be match fit.
That's what I was saying. So good point there, Brush.
All right, back into play here for the Saints. Still inside 50. There's still a chance. It's not over just yet. Flynn chasing this one. Laid the pressure. And it was Church who was able to clear it out for the Hawks, just into space. Who's going to be able to run onto this first? Picked up by Walker, but cleaned up by his own teammate in Sizer. And the tackle applied on that far wing.
Boronia fans love that one.
I'm very happy that one of the youngsters once again. I think that was Rangers potentially.
Yep. This is the fluctuation that can happen. You take a big scalp. The next week, you certainly can be brought back to earth a little bit.
Here's Cantwell trying to break through a tackle. He was run down by two Hawks. Godwin, one of those, and he's rewarded with the free kick here.
Might have hurt himself too, by the way.
Maybe just winded. Or a broken leg.
His legs look fine.
Ask Ray Baird about that one. We don't know.
They're copping a few heavy hits.
Is it the ground though? Is it a hard? I don't think it is a hard ground.
No, I think Boronia are just going in hard. They're still going in hard at this late time of the game.
So Godwin back to Wex.
Nothing wrong with the ground.
Nothing wrong.
So Daniel Wex in the back pocket here for the Hawks.
He's been okay since half time.
It's been good. He'll like that Spider. Wex out of defence.
You'll be telling me all about it.
Yeah, I'm sure. Free kick here going the way of against North Ringwood, in fact.
It did echo
it's going
Friday Spider ahead.
I thought that was a clear push in the back to Aiden Begg.
Yeah.
Hannon likes it too, so Josh Hannon.
Well, I think Hannon copped one of the reverse before.
It must have been, yeah.
Hannon will just kick it long down the line. Can they get a mark? In the middle there was Burgess. Out the back, the Saints have got some numbers. Walker chasing this towards the boundary line. And pressured by Jamison. There's old mate behind. He knows where the camera is. He 100% knows.
He was the guy that I pointed out a couple of minutes ago.
You said, someone's waving at us. That just seemed too random, but now 2 times in a row.
Yeah, see
See what?
I can see definitely around. Like last week with Luka Ivanovic, you guys didn't believe me, so that's a...
Oh, the TikTok dance.
Well, there's a bit of the boy who cried wolf happening here, mate.
Oh, you guys didn't
I'm only
believe,
joking,
you guys didn't
I'm
believe
only
me that
joking,
he crossed the road when he did. So. and it's been on here.
You don't miss a beat, Blake, is what I've picked up here today.
Yeah.
I love calling the footy with you, mate. As it comes out, Begg on the right boot, goes in towards the middle of the ground, bouncing football away Cantwell. He needs to spark his side, create a bit of magic, but it's going to be hard when you got Mitch Mallis diving through the middle of the ground, picking up the ball and handballing it like that. Mallis went backwards of the Jake variety. Now they've got right in front of us here on the wing position, bouncing football right in front of Harry. Lost the ball. He had numbers to beat though. Van Noonan will link up here with Flynn on the right boot, inside forward 50. Where's he Yelp? It comes out now, Fenton. He had to duck around. He has to get creative. He just needs to hit a target, really, back to Van Noonan, who's 50 metres out from goal. A little bit too far for Jaden.
Someone needs to move for him.
Short passes on, looking for Davidson. Was it? Yes, and he comes out and takes the mark, the big man in front. And this will take his best effort. He'll have to kick from 45, almost directly in front.
But at least he presented there, BWS. He moved up the ground. He presented, gave an option.
Yep, definitely. So, if he can kick this, there might be a little bit of spark left in the Saints.
Maybe a pulse.
They trail currently by 18 points. He gets very close to the man on the mark, and has he worked this one back? He has. Magnificent kick. Well, there is the spark. There is still life left in the North Ringwood Saints, and Taylor Davidson kicks his second. The margin is back to 12 points.
Well, 2 goals the difference. 24 minutes gone, Spider. Last term.
Boundary.
Yeah, it'll be a long quarter. I still think there's 5-6 minutes left. Jared?
There's not that much. There's not much sound coming Ringwood bench, nor the field from what I could. But that was very much the first sort of inside 50 they've had in a long time with any sort of method. You just got the feeling that the inside 50s that they had earlier in the quarter just needed some sort of a miracle to get a goal. That was methodical.
Well, let's see if they can get the clearance here. If the Hawks can wrap this one up. Here's Rice out of the middle. Takes the bounce. Almost lost it. Controlled it enough. Inside 50 the Saints go. And free kick's been awarded. Is going the way.
He was pushed after he got rid of it. Surely
so
that's
it's coming
downfield.
back to North Ringwood. It's going to be the free kick here.
Downfield free kick.
It's got to be downfield free kick, sure.
Stubbs, who we'll see if he's in range. He'll take his best.
Van Noonan.
25 minutes gone. Minutes gone. Take his best from here. He'll be outside 50, and with an angle, it's never going to make the distance. In there be a mark in the goal line, stolen by Hare. Just slams it on the boot. It's coming back though. The mark is taken by Shepherd. Shepherd inside 50 here for the Saints. Can they get one? They do get a mark.
What a mark.
And it's Rye Cantwell, I believe. And the siren goes. So the siren will beat the Saints here.
Great game.
14-3-87 to 10-15-75. There will still be a set shot on goal to bring the margin back to 6 points, the final margin. But the Hawks will walk away with the 4 points and remain third on the Division 1 ladder.
Well, not 4 or 5 minutes left, Spider. 45 seconds.
I think that's what he meant.
It just felt like it was a couple of more minutes left in the game.
Yeah.
It just felt like a 24-minute quarter. It's a bit short.
Cantwell comes in and has missed it, so it wouldn't have mattered. They finish on 10-16-76. The Hawks 14-3-87. Incredibly accurate today. Great contest between two sides who really went at it. And Boronia get the chocolates.
Oh, yeah, thoroughly deserved. Look, I mean, Boronia, that was a really strong performance. I mean, the game started at a high-tempo pace, and in the end, the Saints just couldn't keep up in the back end of the game. But they were brave at some parts, North Ringwood, but in the end, Boronia just much better, efficient up forward.
Yeah, certainly right. We'll see.
All right, guys, boundary side.
All right, we've got Wayne Brasher down on the boundary.
Down boundary side with Max Brasher. Max, really hard-fought win today for the boys.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, both sides were coming off 2 great wins last week. I think they beat South Valley, and obviously we got Beaky, and we knew it'd be a great fight. So they played really well, and just happy to get the 4 points, to be honest.
It's probably the last 20 minutes of the third quarter where you and the midfield really started to get on top and set up the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in the first half they had us in the midfield. They were all over us. I think all over us in stoppage. So. Coming out for the third quarter, we knew we had to respond in the midfield there.
Over to you,
Dylan, it was an excellent, hard-fought battle out there. Were you about North Ringwood and what they could bring to the table?
Yeah, of course. Like after last week's win against South Belgrave, like you can't take that lightly. They're a really good outfit. We knew we'd have to bring our A game. It's tight up the top of the table, so we knew this win would mean more than just the 4 points. So it's good to get it done.
And how you and of course the rest of the team. It's going to be a different environment, no doubt.
Mate, it's great fun. It's the challenge that we wanted. Obviously we loved last year. It's hard not to, but we knew we were destined for better things, and we've had some tough losses, but I think you grow more as a group with those, and it's definitely been enjoyable this year. Yeah.
Excellent. Oh, that's it.
Thanks, mate.
Ask him about his grow club.
I've been asked to ask you about your grow club. How's that going?
Yeah, everyone go and make sure you get some jackets.
Congratulations. And what about Eastland today at Eastland?
No.
Can you do that?
Boundary side again, guys.
Oh, we got Wayne Brasher again on the boundary line. Walk with. You've got the big man, Braden, right?
Yeah.
Walk with him.
Well, righty. You've had to wait a long time to get a gig in the seniors this year, but you really played your part this afternoon. Really tough win against a side that knocked over the top side last week, and this gives you a really great fillip because now you're still sitting in third with that double chance.
Yeah, it definitely gives us a big confidence boost come the next 2 weeks against South Belgrave and Park Orchards, and if we can get one of those scalps, that really drives us forward towards the end of the year in finals and just gives us that extra confidence that we can compete with these teams and hopefully compete for a flag.
I think too, look, you came back from Furniture Gully because I think you had a point to prove. You've come back in, you've had to pay your dues. A win like this today for yourself, it must be immensely satisfying backing up the Luke Hannon in the Mick Hannon in the ruck.
Yeah, backing up Josh in the ruck's been huge, and it just comes down to having a point. Yeah, I've had a good run of form in the twos, so first game back in the ones after leaving feels great and really good for my confidence.
Well, righty, thanks for talking to us. Enjoy the night and enjoy your week. Thanks, guys.
Oh, big man Braden Wright. Keep an eye on him tonight, the function out there at Boronia.
You going to be there after a celebration? No?
Is there something going on down there tonight?
Yeah.
They've got something on it.
iPod Shuffle night. I think it actually is, isn't it?
I normally get phone calls at about quarter to 12.
Brammer will be on your case.
It's probably the $1 million reverse raffle reverse.
And I tell you what, I reckon that's 3 votes Wayne Brasher for a performance on the boundary day.
Awesome.
A natural the boundary.
Yeah, we've got
a natural media performer.
Got a budding boundary rider on our hands. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, King and man of all talents.
I think it's a call out to get Ray Baird to lift his game.
Oh, he has done it. He's let us know 1,000 times.
I know he's been out there.
He sends his photos every once in a while.
He sends his photo about 5 times every year. So
the Hawks 11-point winners out here, 87-76. We're going to go to a break, and then we're going to wrap it up with the Sportsco Eastland best on ground, all the scores around the grounds, and the Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see. and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Quambee Reserve, the Eastland match of the round. Final score, Boronia 14-3-87 defeating North Ringwood 10-16-76. And yes, that is accurate. That's 17 scoring shots to 26, so in favour of the Saints. They had plenty of opportunities today. Boronia incredibly accurate in front of goals.
And efficiency just going in.
Yeah, absolutely. Big win for the Hawks. It's a statement win too, because it does put them in that real driver's seat now for the top three spot. They can afford another loss on the run home. For North Ringwood, they've still got a couple of tough games, but I think with the way they played today, they are showing that they are a finals contender in this division. So great game. Of course, we've got our awards to give out. The Sportsco Eastland Best On Ground Award, the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. Let's start with the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. Ben Warren-Smith, what did you have in mind? Any front runners for the award?
We had a few contenders this afternoon. A lot of them were kicked in the third quarter, actually. We saw that great goal by Jaden Van Unen. It was a bomb from 50. Nathan Hare kicked a fantastic goal as well. But I thought the young fella, Darcy Jamison, his goal in the third quarter was the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. That's my vote.
I'm happy with Jamison. I thought
that was a good one.
So Jamison walks away with the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day award. Our Sportsco Eastland Best On Ground, we do our 1, 2, 3. I'll start with Jared Benlin, who's behind us at the moment on the boundary line. Jared, you're all good to give us a 1, 2, 3 on today's games for your best performance.
Absolutely. I've gone 1 for Dylan Dower. I thought his impact throughout the game was excellent. He put a lot of pressure on as well. A few tackles in there that were pretty important. 2, I'm going to go with Cantwell. Obviously, when you've got 16 scoring shots at goal, you're doing something right when you're North Ringwood. So it's I do want to slot one of their players into the votes, and Cantwell is he definitely fits the mark. And 3 to Mitch Mellis, always so important out of the centre for Boronia.
Yeah, very good. Paul Uconi in the Score Centre today. What have you got for your 1, 2, 3 in the Sportsco Eastland Best On Ground Award?
My 1, 2, 3. My 1 vote goes to Dylan Dower. 2 votes go to Fletcher Duke, and my 3 votes go to Ben Robertson.
Beautiful. And while we've got it, because Duke reminded me of Blake Tennant's awards, who Blake was all over Fletch for 2.5 quarters, and he's given 2 votes. He's given Dill Dower the 3. Is anyone actually tallying this all up, or I probably should start work that out. And he gave 1 to Cantwell as well. So I'll start to work this out as we'll go to Spider for your 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, thought Cantwell was 1 vote. Had the result gone the other way, he probably could have elevated it up had they got the win. Dylan Dower, 2 votes for me. Superb performance. He was really instrumental in several of their transition movements through the day. I just thought he was so instrumental. And I thought 3 votes. The best player on the ground by a very long way today was Mitch Mellis. He was the most influential player on the ground. His ball-winning ability is just sensational and second to none. His class factor, his finishing ability, but his ability contested ball, but just generally around the ground. Some of the ways that he plays, he's a bulldog. He is. He's just a bulldozer. He just bursts through. He's just so clean when he disposes of the ball, and that's a real good example for people. When you watch a player like him, you can just understand why he has played up levels as well. So Mitch Mellis clearly the best on ground and deserving of those honours this afternoon.
You can certainly understand why he's a back-to-back league best and fairest winner. Wayne Brasher, who's on the boundary, back in the box. What have you got for your 1, 2, 3?
I'm going to give 1 to Cantwell. I thought he was easily East Ringwood's best player, North Ringwood's best player. Brauntel I think probably played 3 quarters and probably died out.
Drifted out, yeah.
But Cantwell for mine, 2 votes. I'm going to give it to Mitch Mellis. I could have given him the 3, but I thought my 3 votes today, I go to the ruckman, Josh Hannon. I thought he was monstrous in the ruck, especially in the right around the ground. I know he's involved in rotation, but every time he went back on, and no disrespect to Braden Wright, who did exactly what he needed to do, Hannon, when he went in there, he was the difference, especially in that last 15 minutes of the third quarter when the game needed to be won and centre clearances needed to be won. He was the man.
Yeah, that was a good set of votes there, Brash. And he was unlucky not to be in mine. But I agree. After half time, he was superb. He really controlled the ruck.
And probably apologies to Dower and Brasher there was a quartet of players that you could have put in for the votes.
Yeah, and Begg actually played okay in the ruck as well.
He just ran out of steam.
He just ran out of steam, yeah.
Ben Warren-Smith, you 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, same players as Brash here. I gave 3 to Mitch Mellis. I thought he was absolutely super all day. I thought the ruckman, Josh Hannon, was superb. He gets my 2 votes. 1 vote goes to Rye Cantwell. Apologies to Braunthal. Apologies to Dower. Apologies to Brasher. And I thought Shepherd really stood up in the second half.
That was a good contest with him and Burgess, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
I also just want to shout out Jamison as well, Darcy Jamison. He was in and out of the game, of course, didn't put it all together, but when he got close to the ball, he did something special each time. Yeah, he's a very good player.
Just got such a good blend and spread of players, Boronia, don't they? Their depth is quite amazing, and their players all stepped up today, as Matt Clark alluded to in the pre-game. They had that depth, they knew it, they brought it in, and they baptised it in a sense. It was really important for them, and they got the win.
And I'll go with... I'm going to leave out Dower. He's had enough love today. I'm giving Hannon 1, Cantwell 2, and I'll go 3 to Mitchy Mellis. I thought he was best on, and that means he is a clear winner of the Sports Go Eastland Best on Ground Award. BWS, he's had a few of these, I'm sure, so I don't know if he's just got them all at home inside the closet and put them away, chucked them away, but they do expire, so definitely get down to Sports Go Eastland and get something there. You can probably put all these vouchers together and get something pretty big from Sports Go Eastland. We're going to start to wrap things up as we're already pushing the 5:15 cut-off time, but we'll start with the boys on the boundary. Jared doing a fantastic job. Great to have you back this Saturday afternoon, and what's on for tonight?
Oh, I don't know yet. We'll see.
Hang around for a beer?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, very good. Wayne Brasher, fantastic to see you on the boundary, and some very good work from you.
No, it was a lot
of all talents.
Brasher TV, it was at one point too.
It was a lot of fun. I tell you what, it was a hell of a lot of fun. I really did enjoy my day.
And you got to interview your nephew down there, which I'm
is
sure
that a highlight for
we can call him Waving Wayne too. Waving Wayne too.
Wayne. We should get you down roaming in the rooms.
Roaming Wayne.
You were doing a fantastic job down there. Paul Uconi, a great job in the score centre. Got the Swans game I can see on. How are the Swans going?
Well, we just Jack Buller just kicked a goal, and we're currently 12 points up. But yeah, I'll probably just be watching up when I get home. So.
Very good. Hopefully they get up for you and my multi and BWS's multi. A lot going on there with the Sydney game. Matt Spider-Lee, great job from you today.
No, thoroughly enjoyed it. It was a great game of footy. Boronia played really well. North Ringwood, we've got a bit of work to do to take that next step, and I'm off to Amy Park to watch the mighty Melbourne Storm take on Manly. Looking forward to having a chat to Craig Bellamy after the game.
I hate Manly.
Looking forward to that one. Ben Warren-Smith, great to have you back this weekend. A late inclusion, fantastic job from you.
Yeah, I love being back with the call team after a bit of a family tragedy, well, a very big family tragedy this week.
Condolences to you, mate.
A late inclusion, but thank you for putting me on. I've had a great day.
Yeah, absolutely. You've done a fantastic job. Kate Green with the women's comp, as well as Scott Hardy, Oscar Luca, Megan Green, busy afternoon day for her. She's battled it out at Quambee Reserve in the early hours of the morning, and now up on top of the roof in tough conditions out here at Quambee Reserve.
And fighting a domestic with Lee at 3/4 time.
With Lee Green.
What happened there?
Running the ship behind the scenes as well. And that's it for us here at Quambee Reserve. The Hawks 14-30, 87 to North Ringwood 10-16, 76.